All right, welcome everyone to the February 3rd AMT, the first of two this month, I believe.
Yep.
Today's AMT is being played in standard.
With single-sided Swiss, 6 rounds. I believe it's still a cut to top 3, maybe top 4, not sure.
Sorry, I'm seeing 4 rounds.
4 rounds of it's 6 rounds with a cut to top 4 single elimination. Okay. So it seems like there's a lot of people playing today.
1 second, I'm looking at the wrong AMT.
Uh, yeah. It looks like a lot of people are pretty excited, so I believe it's like something like I mean, it's enough people for 2 CBI invites. I believe, yes. Yeah, 27 people. Um, yeah, so how are you feeling about the meta?
So I'll admit I'm a little bit behind on the current meta.
Mhm.
I moved on Monday and have been busy, let's go with.
Yeah, I feel that. I haven't been able to follow too much recently because work has been very aggressive, but just judging by what I'm hearing, since I'm in QTM and so everyone's always talking about the meta, it might be a little stagnant at the moment due to the prevalence of blue, but it looks like there's only today. Or like not as much. There's a big variety. There's a pretty big variety between factions. So do we want to pick
All right, let's
something?
go find. Are any of these matchups ones you're particularly interested in?
Let's see. Anything interesting? I think actually this is something I'm not maybe table 7, it's NEH versus Zaya. I haven't seen that much. Well, who knows what NEH is doing, but that might be interesting.
Sure, I'll
Just
go ask table 7. 1 second.
I've been interested to see what Zaya is doing since Sable has sort of been dominating the meta, but people are starting to move away from it.
All right, we are good to stream on table 7. So as I'm looking at this board state, the first thing I'm noticing is there's a snare in the bin.
Oh man, yes. Okay, we picked the right matchup here. Cause oh wow, this looks like it's gonna be the classic. Um, this might be a shell game deck. Who knows? Who knows what's going on?
Yep,
Cause
I'm sort of. Sorry, go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say because I remember back in the day, I had a friend who was so big on NEH, and he always put snare in his deck. So it's nice to see. It's nice to see a familiar bit of jank.
We're actually already seeing a decent bit of influence spend in Archives
Oh.
from the Corp out of 2 Snoobs. There's a snare and a yodel,
Mhm.
which is.
I'll also say we just saw Joyride on the runner side. That's also a pretty big spend. Reaper function. Oh man. I am very excited about this. Oh. This is going to be a very interesting matchup because I genuinely have no idea what's going on here, but I love it. Because I know with Tag Me Zaya has just been, that's the whole thing there, and like playing stuff like uh oh man, why did I just forget this card that I'm looking at? Hot Pursuit really just, plays
Mhm,
into that classic Crim archetype of take some tags, get some money, worry about all the other stuff later.
mhm. And with this now Reaper function going down as well, I think Mr. Velas can potentially make a read that there probably isn't necessarily an end of the line. If you
You
think there's
know,
multiple Reaper functions, if there's multiple snares, if there's multiple yodels,
well,
there's not.
yeah, I mean, the thing about NEH though is the reason you play it is because you have influence for everything. So
True,
I
NEH
wouldn't.
does have 17? Two
Mhm.
extra?
Yeah. So we just saw a degree mill there that they couldn't. Yeah, and see, this is the reason why you play end of the line is because you have a gaslight. So gaslight is really good in kill decks because yeah, and there
Yes.
we go.
There's the end of the line.
Exactly. Yep. There you
It's
go.
it's certainly it's certainly an option, but it also does still eat up a lot of influence.
Yeah.
Even if NEH has more influence than most other corps, Ag Infusion
Right.
also notably having 17.
Yeah, but it's gonna be a little problematic right now because Mr. Vales knows there's a degree mill on the board. I assume it wasn't over installed, so you can basically just install something, run it, and then hopefully, well, there might be a no, because Spin Doctor won't even work at this point because it would have to be like over installed.
Mhm.
But yeah, there's no telling what's in here. I think the one thing you want to think about though is that if you can steal an Ares right away, it makes it a lot easier. Like
To
I don't
diffuse
they're
the board.
yeah. Like I would assume a deck like this is playing Ares simply because it's just such good value. And then Class Act going down, it's a good card. But oh
Uh,
yeah,
Another Reaper
another
function.
reason. Yeah. I think Class Act is also good as just general kill tech because you can just draw over your hand
You
size.
can
But I
draw over
think,
float cards.
yeah, I don't think this deck will be playing punitive, but it is a good card to have. So
Adding punitive too, I think, is just pushing the influence
right,
spend
punitive would be too
so
much.
much.
Yeah. Ooh, and there's a behold.
Fortunately, this class act was installed this turn, so
Yeah.
this is not lethal to the end of the line.
Hmm. I will say something I was just thinking about. Well, yes, yeah, that is with Degree Mill specifically, I had this come up in a tournament once that if you installed the Class Act that turn, if you shuffle it back in with Degree Mill, you don't get the cards. But before pointing out, it doesn't save
Yes.
from double end of the line. Yeah, but Corp is also broke.
Corp is
Um,
broke.
yeah. Baramu also pointing out there could be false lead in this deck, which would also be very problematic. Um, yeah. So clicking for 3. Gotta get that money.
Gotta get rid of those tags.
Yeah. I saw there was one Baya bands in the bin already. So that's also pretty good tech against a deck like this, but like with Zaya, you want to try to play those right away just because you're trying to draw cards, you're trying to install everything. But yeah. So there's more
Mhm.
influence spends there. Maryland, it's a good choice.
This influence is
So we've seen that 6 on 2 Reaper functions in a snare, and one end of the line, that's 10, 11 with Maryland campaign. So I would assume it's 2 more Maryland campaigns, which would be up to 13, and then maybe one more snare would be 15, and one more Reaper function would be 17. Or it could just be, another end of the line there. But yeah, there's still room for at least one more end of the line with the current
Mhm.
influence we've seen. Present number of remotes. Yeah. Reduce the amount of murder. Perish the thought. Yeah, I think double end of the line is tricky.
There is a false lead
Stealing.
coming in, and a Bologna that uh,
Yeah.
Mr. Velas is unfortunately slightly too broke to steal.
Yeah.
Although
Mm,
stealing it would have opened him up to the opposition research, and
yeah.
that.
Yeah, and I think stealing the Bologna also opens you up to double oppo, so it's bad either way.
Yes,
Um,
I
oh,
think Oppo having threat 3 for the turn on creates some
mm,
really awkward.
yeah.
But now you just come
But
back, steal the Bologna.
yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say that, like, they could just win the game here. They probably should have. Yeah, all right. Well, they got the Bologna, so I guess that's it. Uh, Interesting deck. I'm sad there wasn't more snares to see, but still, like, cool to see this archetype coming back out of NEH, like, not just sort of value stuff, but also snares. But, yeah. So, I guess we're gonna have to find another game.
Well, I imagine that
Um,
this was only. Wait, sorry, this is single-sided, yes, right?
yeah.
Yes.
So maybe let's see. Ooh, we could go. I don't know if we wanna see, like, something completely different or, like, on table 11 or, like, what's still up? Um,
Actually, I'd love to take a look at table 13 at some point. I want to see what Atea is doing, because I think there are lots of interesting avenues of attack. But table
yeah, let's take
13,
a look.
I'll go check 1 second.
Yeah. Chile versus Arizona is also interesting there because it's, like, less you gotta probably do your installs a little more carefully if you well, I don't know. Well, you have a lot of things that you get to install as a Tia.
All right, we are good to stream on table. What did I say? 13? Yes, 13.
Ooh, this is an interesting game here. Arizona on Poison Vial. I like it. Poison
I mean, it's a
Vial?
real combo with the Slap Vandal. Slap
Yeah,
Vandal, Poison Vial goes through
totally
basically
valid.
anything.
Totally valid. We already see a moon pool removed from the game. So you know there's something going on. So we got an Atini res. I don't know. Yes, Arizona can deal with it because you still have the ability active.
Slap
Slap
Vandal, maybe
Vandal.
Poison Vial.
Yeah. Oh wow. This is a pretty robust thing because it's like one of the problems. I mean, it's not necessarily a problem, but it's like Slap Vandal is limited to like 6 strength ice and 1
Mhm.
subroutine. That being said, there really isn't that much above 6 strength. And with Poison Vial, you deal with the other problem, which is not being able to
Yes.
break everything.
Yeah, there's Big Pharaohs and some very
Big
forested
Colossus.
trees. Big Colossus, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Um,
and a very ambitious surveyor.
yes, an ambitious surveyor. I mean, yeah, Arizana's doesn't have I mean, Arizona typically doesn't play like Boomerang, especially since it's not a program. So,
Mhm.
yeah, a big surveyor would probably be a problem for Arizona.
Although, actually, speaking of
Oh,
ice that can eventually have lots of strength,
mhm.
are you seeing what I'm seeing on Surfer
Yeah,
4?
there's Satyr Adaptive Barrier. So, if Wild installs at least 2 more ice on that server, Slap Vandal can't break it. But on the other hand, I assume a lot of Arisanas are on either like Takobi or Turbine. So with Turbine, it requires like still, I don't know. But yeah, that Satyr could be a problem. But yeah, there's just such good value with like Cubone, and Slap Vandal. It's just like so easy just to do all this stuff. Yeah.
Although, as far as we can see, these Poison Veil charges are a mostly non-renewable resource.
I think, yeah, I mean it's probably 3 poison vials. I think though, isn't Reclaim still legal?
I think Reclaim's still legal. There could be DJ Steve.
Yeah. But yeah, Reclaim actually does pull up hardware, if I remember correctly, so that could be a way to recur them, but DJ Steve is also works. Crow pointing out that Hush can also turn off Satyr's strength. Oh yeah, and Surveyor. I forgot about Hush. Yes. Arizona deals with it with Hush. So
Yes, Surveyor at 0 strength with 2 Trace 0 subroutines is
yeah. A lot of sentries in Atia right here, which is not too much of a problem for Percorbolo with Ika, because Ika is, you just move it around. It might start getting a little expensive. Like with something like Anansi, it might be a little too much, but Tithe is whatever.
Fuji Steel, trying to get another Poison Vial and an SMC.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's the other Fuji, another Fuji. I really don't know what Atia is doing, because is there any other influence that we're seeing here? Yeah, it's just Snare, Moonpool.
Oh, those aren't.
But yeah, this might be just a tough matchup, just because Arisana pretty much has a solution for everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you probably have to rely on a little bit of bluffing here. Also noting there's already 2 other poison vials in the bin, so that synergy might be running out soon.
True, that's a great catch.
Yeah.
And actually, there's 2 twins in the bin also. This is potentially
Snare hits.
potentially snare hits, but I was going to say, is this potentially most of the multi-access that's out?
Mm-hmm.
Is I don't know how much more multi-access there'll be beyond the twinnings.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, like at this point, when you're on game point, multi-access isn't, because there's some situations where multi-access can be deadly if you don't know where the Fujis are or the snares are. But
Yes.
at this point in the game, it's like, it's a lot less dangerous.
Certainly, multi-access has historically been a double-edged sword against Jinteki, but
Right.
but it's still a very nice tool to have access to, especially in cases like the twinning, where you're not necessarily obliged to commit to it if you don't want to.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, so we got a overclock on the remote. Like I said, we haven't seen that much. Ooh, there's the rhyme.
Taking the Satyr Adaptive Barrier up to 6 strength.
Yep.
If there isn't a Hush, this could be pretty expensive.
Yeah, well, you can still sort of, because you have the simul chip on the board, yeah, you can like trash the slap, or just install it with Arizona. Arizana's ability is very good. So let's see if there's a significant upgrade or if this is a little tricky trick. Oh, it's a little tricky trick. But I'm interested to see.
Doctor, spin back the snares.
Tucana is an interesting one because that works off your ability for stolen agendas.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Yeah, I feel like I've been hearing about like this with like that. Yeah, I think with this and like, you know, Asa, where there's like funky ways to get your ability to go off.
Yes.
It's always an interesting thing. Sometimes it feels frustrating to spend influence on it, but, Tucana is also just generally good for Glacier.
Yes, Atea has lots of very interesting skateboard tricks
Yeah.
it can do.
But yeah, Wild shuffling the two snares back into R&D, so R&D could be a little dangerous, so that multi-access might be deadly, if you access the two snares before the winning agenda.
Although Wild does not have all that many credits to pay for them.
That's true. Double snare, it costs 8, so Echelon coming down, so yeah. Now you don't need to use Ika to break the those pesky sentries. You don't
Anemone
even need to use
or the
Slap
Tithe.
Vandal. Yeah. Echelon's pretty good breaker. And it just gets boosted by like more Slap Vandals, you know.
Mhm.
Basically, do whatever you want. Oh, and Jai pointing out Tucana and Anemone onto your scoring server, Atea trigger a Reaper function.
Yes.
That's so mean. I love it, but that's so mean.
Also, if I recall correctly, um, no, sorry, I don't think that's a Atea thing. But I know there have been some setups where you res an enemy with
Mhm.
the steel
Right.
in other identities. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if Atea has a line to do that, but
Yeah, I think the idea would be that if they're running like last click and you res the anemone on the steel and then you have like a Reaper function in the
Mhm.
other server, uh it might end up being GG.
Hey, still on Takana, you install the enemy in the server that's attacked. Yeah, that works. That works.
Yeah. Cror also pointing out a nasty thing. Tucana on archives with 2x sting into anemone. Yeah. Oh yeah. In PE there'd be a way to do it where if they're at 0 hand size, then you just score the blood in the water at the beginning of your next turn.
Mhm.
Oh man. Tucana's
Takana
fun.
has a lot of tricks.
Yeah. We're doing this thing with QTM where we're rating. Ooh, there's a snare.
Find a snare, gets fired,
Yeah.
tank
I
gets
think it,
cleared.
yeah. I think at this point you don't think about the multi-axis as much just to be safe. But I was just saying, so we're doing like a thing where we're rating cards based on like the jank ability or sicko
Mhm.
potential, and like Tucana like actually has some
It's
really
pretty
neat.
up there.
Yeah, there's a lot of neat stuff you can do with it. Because on the surface, it's like, oh, it's just fun score, but it's like the fact that it also works on steel means you just do some like weird, funky things with it.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty difficult for Wild to make this out because, that last poison vial counter is still there. You have one simul chip on the board. You still have Arisana's ability. There's slap. I assume they've been taking back slap vandals to hand, so those can just come down anytime.
I'm not seeing any in
There's like one
heap.
in the bin. Yeah, there's one in the bin, so I assume there's like two. There must be like two in hand or one. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's going to be difficult. Like you're pretty much on remote lock right now
Mhm. I think what
cuz
I would love here is almost like a regolith or something.
yeah. Yeah, something like where you can net your econ and then like also still force the runner to do things. Ooh, There's snares in HQ, but he can't activate it. Oof. Oh, that's so sad. I always
Takana
feel
would be absolutely busted if it was like Waroid and triggered whenever anything was trashed from the server. We do not need that card.
absolutely not. Absolutely not. Let's try saying remind everybody stay hydrated. Stay hydrated, please. Monster is not proper hydration. Sorry.
Arcabolo transitioning over to a mostly full, just normal Breaker Suite.
Yeah.
Cleaver, Echelon Unity.
Yeah. I can't. Well, I mean, I don't know what defensive upgrades you have in here, but I think there might be one more snare in R&D. We haven't seen too much influence, so there might be like Mana Garm at some point, maybe. But it's gonna be pretty tough to make this out. There's still like a potential, but with Satyr specifically, it's like even if you're not breaking it with Slap Vandal, you do still have Cleaver out. So let's see what goes on.
I'm expecting the Slap Vandal here. Cleaver's just
Yeah.
not amazingly happy into 6 strength.
Yeah. I guess a Rashida. Yeah, I think you if you're wild, if I was wild, I would really, really want an NGO here. Because either they
NGO
run
would be
it,
great.
yeah. Because either they run it and whatever, or they don't run it and you still get the econ at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think earlier they were like they should have been paying more attention, but I think they like cleared off the ice on R&D to try to get rid of at least one Slap Vandal.
There was a 2 Trojan ice that got manually trashed.
Yeah, which is valid. But now they have to get the money to res their ice again. So Arizona's actually this might get ground out, If there's another snare in uh-oh. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I guess Wild's out is a snare on R&D. So
I
let's see
mean,
what happens.
Fuji wins before losing. Off-Road Office also wins before losing in a much more convincing fashion, but
Yeah, that still could have gone either way, honestly. But
yes.
yeah, it's still pretty difficult to do the Glacier stuff versus Arisana once you're in late game Breaker Suite.
Mm-hmm. If there was a Cubone or Turbine S, the last card in the stack, it could have been rough, but
Yeah. I think if you weren't able to steal there, it's like a Fuji score would get it, but yeah. Okay, so
I mean, even just potentially another. No, sorry, the other enemy is in the bin right now, but
how much time is left in the round? Do we have time to look at one more game?
probably about 10, 12 minutes.
Okay. What's still going on? You have Ob versus Issa on table 8, or I don't know.
That looks like 13 minutes left in the round.
So I don't know. What are you feeling?
I'm happy to follow your lead here, I think.
Yeah. Why don't we try the table 8?
All right, I'll go ask. All right, we are good to stream on table 8, featuring Cold Lava on Ob versus Ansades on
Oh boy.
Lu.
Oh boy. No agenda scored. One urban renewal. Dang. This is oh boy. Oh wow. This something degenerate happened here. Oh,
So I
yeah.
think this is maybe a mad kill deck.
Yeah, I think that's a valid assessment. Um, yeah. Okay, so the Mavirus is always nice, in that regard. So they can't steal it. I mean, that makes me think that there was probably an agenda in HQ, but oh man, this is a wild thing. But yeah, I think um not seeing I do see 2 gaslights in archives, but let's
Rapid renewal
see.
fires, some renewal, but the buffer drive is putting in good work here.
Jai pointing out my sicko senses are lighting up. Yes, because these are all cards I've tried to play in some combination, but the fact you have, like, double upgrades on HQ2 and then you have them on R&D2, I think, yeah, this is probably a mad combo deck. Um, but who knows? So, it is still pretty rough. Like, even if you have, like, all these cards installed, it's still gonna be pretty rough without, like, wage workers. Um,
Mhm.
because you still have to, like, survive one turn and, like, Lou has the whole shenanigans on there. You got your buffer
And
drive.
especially with the imp and the potential knob Curie, if you commit for the mad game plan and then your end of the line
Yeah.
goes and leaves you, you're not in a great spot.
Yeah. Imagine those imp tokens are definitely being saved for HQ. Um, but yeah. How many
There
virus do we have? We only have
are no
one
imp
new
tokens
virus.
currently, and there are 2 imps actually in the heap right now,
Mhm.
along with all 3 Simulchip. And there's 1 labor rights exile, there's 1 labor rights in the heap. There's only 1 more labor rights and potential extra buffer drive, of course.
Yeah. So the buffer drive can still get back Simulchip and like
I think the buffer drives get
maybe else.
back the labor rights
Yeah,
in the
labor
heap.
rights. Yeah,
Labor
for
rights gets
sure.
back the chips.
Yeah, I think the other thing with I mean, Cold Lava does seem to have enough money for the mad combo double end of the line. But again, the problem is surviving like one turn after. Ooh. I don't know if Cold Lava meant to res that force connection.
Seems intentional.
Uh,
So I think we're seeing just mad here,
oh.
yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that mad Oh, I actually didn't realize because I haven't really played with Mad, believe it or not, that it has to be resed cards. Okay,
Hmm.
so here's the Mad turn. Yeah. Well, why did I mention wage workers? Wage workers doesn't work with Mad. Okay, so yeah, so Cold Lava still has 13 credits.
Kodlov is
Uh,
about to have far more because I think Yakov sees all of those trashes
only the ones in server
in that
one.
server. In that server,
Right.
but that's still
Yeah.
6, I
Think
believe.
from what I
8, sorry, yes.
remember, yeah. At one point, there was a JNet bug where Yakov would give you credits for all of the cards that got trashed, but yeah, it should only be the cards in server one,
It's the cards in that server, yes.
which is still a fair amount of credits. So yeah, this is I think this is going to be pretty rough because I mean, the force connection is kind of a bit of a moot point, but 8 tags is a lot. So
I think it needs to be find the end of the line and trash it somehow.
yeah,
But there are no imp
yeah.
counters.
Ooh, Anvil. Ooh, yeah, because what I was also gonna say is that you might just wanna be running with Wake and then,
And just try and win in one fell swoop.
right, but oh, I guess you're not trashing ooh, you have to oh, can't break printed subroutines, but yeah, the other thing about Anvil is you do get to choose, so obviously you're not gonna choose your Wake, but yeah,
Mhm.
I think that's probably the best option at this point. Um, Fortunately, your imp counters yeah, there's no way to can't really get your imp
You can
counters
save
back.
back 2 imps. You can save back a pair of imps.
Mhm. Yeah,
Play an imp, and then
right.
run back
Yeah.
for the 1 in 5.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I was just gonna say they couldn't imp anything out of HQ because you weren't gonna get the stuff back. So I think at this point you just go ham on R&D and hope you get 3 agendas. But
You don't
yeah.
think you make one more run on HQ for the Wake Charge?
Yeah, I guess you could do that too. I mean, I think if you can get an imp back, like if you can, I guess Knob Curry wouldn't work. Hmm. Yeah, there's no way to get imp counters back, but maybe one more run on HQ, but I think, yeah, oof, envelopment, that's a big one. I don't think there's any way to deal with that.
No.
No. Yeah. I think this is very much the end of the line for Lou
Mhm.
without your simul chips, without your labor rights.
So I think there were a couple of angles to get 1 imp counter for an HQ access earlier in the turn. Either buffer drive an imp on top, draw it, install a new imp,
Mhm.
and run, or use
I
Steve to return 2 imps.
Yeah. I think they assumed the Mavirus was on HQ though.
Hmm.
So that would have been well, I guess they could have tried to like get it somewhere, but oh, there was one in archives. Agenda in archives.
But
Uh,
unfortunately, that's just not
right.
quite enough.
Yeah. Oh, I see what happened. So they tried to get they got the botulus back with Steve, but then when they accessed the Mavirus, the botulus and at least I got on the board before I died. Yeah. Alright. So it was only one steel skin in two steel skins in hand. Hmm. So I guess it's not quite I don't know if steel skin well, maybe you're just thinking that you can buffer drive some other stuff back. I didn't even clock I had a chance to live there. Yeah, I feel like sometimes that happens. But yeah, so Insadis still has a chance here.
At this point, Cold Lava can feed this ice to anvils, so going HQ's still kind of awkward. And Sadis is starting to run out of um,
Well, unfortunately,
cards to
there's
trash.
I think the problem is that because there's one border control out. I don't see
Mhm.
any others in the bin. So that means they could still go yeah, trash the envelopment to Anvil or just like whenever the envelopment runs out of things and then
Mhm.
put border control on R&D. But
Yeah, there definitely
yeah.
needs to be a cleaver here to try and at least challenge
Yeah.
these end the runs.
Yeah. Yeah, the cleaver will definitely help because it both breaks the border control and the envelopment, so at least you
I
can
think this
break.
envelopment's going to time out on its own,
Mhm.
or possibly be run to force it early. But
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. So I think uh-oh. Ooh. Uh, um, I think Ensatis might have been banking on the fact that oh, well, they're just trying to go after R&D. Yeah, because I was gonna say there's all the spin doctors are gone. So, alright, so we got one
send a message, border
method,
control.
yeah, on HQ. So that was where the second border control is. So there might still be one either in R&D or in HQ. I think if I'm Cold Lava, I'm hoping I want the border control to stay in R&D, but with the cleaver out, you can still like break the last subroutine on uh
Mhm.
envelopment. So it's not reliable, but damn. So the other thing though is I think Satis might be banking on the fact that Cold Lava is probably only on two end of the line. Um,
I really wanted
cause
to find it a Steve trash at some point,
yeah. Oh
but
no, never mind. Yeah. Uh, I think Insidus is just like, all right, well, if I can't win there, I don't think I'm gonna win, but valiant last effort. Valiant
mhm.
last effort on the runner side. Cause I think it's easy to think that um Ob is out, or like that you have no chance, but it's like being the odd player playing the runner, I'm always just like, you don't realize how close you are to winning. That's how I always feel playing Ob versus any
Mhm.
Anarch, honestly.
I mean, honestly, R&D is down to 8 cards. A Wake Dig would have seen fully half of the remaining cards in R&D.
For labor for that world. Yeah. I think it would have just been difficult to sort of I don't know. Yeah, War Tracker's pretty bad. But yeah, really, really, really close game there. It's like it's always interesting when you think that like it's gonna like that's what I love about Netrunner. Even when it's like even in that situation where it's like, oh well, you're so sure their corp's gonna win, but then it's like the runner still's got that one last chance.
Mhm.
But yeah. I think there's a good chance if the runner holds 4 cards and just click for 4, they win on time. Yeah, but where's the fun in that? You gotta go for the glory. Alright, I think that might be time in the round, so we gotta wait,
All
for
tables are done, I believe.
yeah. But, all very, very interesting decks.
Table 9 still just wrapping up, but
Yeah. I mean, yeah, love seeing love seeing Snare out of NEH. Love seeing Tucana and Atia. You know, Maddob, always a fan. I feel like I should be playing Maddob, but to me, it's almost too easy. We're meant to be having fun? Yes, of course. Um, but yeah,
well, you are your opponents. I mean, that's a separate question, but you're certainly meant to be having fun.
yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm the type of person who would go for that last instead of just clicking for 4 and holding 4 cards in hand just because there were no more spin doctors on the board, so it's like yeah,
Mhm.
but, like, I would honestly, I would have done the same thing because I wanna go out in a blaze of glory.
I
But,
mean, I think if you're not tracking time very closely, uh,
yeah,
you
I mean, yeah, it could go either way though, because it's like if you like, because the urban renewal win is also still a possibility, because then you
Mhm.
just fire the urban renewal, and then I think, yeah, the corpse still has outs there, even if you are just clicking for 4, because if you just do the, like, put the urban renewal in the remote, keep it protected, and the yeah, but, yeah.
So I mean, the other problem with the click for 4 plan to play for time is that click for 4 is honestly a like really, really, really fast turn. It is hard to take a turn faster than click for 4.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, that and it's like the point there is that, like I said, like the corpse still technically has an out with, uh, urban renewal. But yeah, like I never go the click for 4 away. If you aren't thinking of time, you should probably still use the buffer R oh, okay. So Gus is pointing out that so buffer drive also has the ability to just put a card in your
Put a card
hand.
on. It puts a card on top, I think.
Yeah. Is it on top or is it just in your hand?
It is
I don't
on top.
Okay. But I think yeah, either way it's like it's the idea that you have like one last sort of shot there, so it's like you get the card from the damage and then you use buffer drive to put one more card there.
Mhm.
But yeah. 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 But, man, yeah, I always have a hard time fitting the Warrior Tracker in the deck, but for those mad decks, it's you know, it's a wild ride. Situation, Cold Lava didn't stack was still pretty well, you never know. I think could go either way. But it's like the point is that you can't just click for 4 if there's an urban renewal on the board because you do have to actually go and trash the urban renewal.
Mhm.
Um, you know what? I think Loop sometimes, maybe taking down a peg, but I think again like looking at that NEH, I wish you could just play snare in you could play snare in Ob. It's very difficult to do the super modernism in Ob just because you're spending influence on like other good cards.
Mhm. There are lots of ways to spend influence.
Yeah. Seeing that Arisana though, I'm surprised I haven't seen more of the Poison Vial Slap Vandal. Maybe I just haven't been paying attention to Arisana as much.
I remember I was experimenting for a while with Quetzal with Poison Vial,
Mhm.
which is such
Yeah.
an amazing answer to Triple Advanced Pharaohs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, my fiance huge on Poison Vial Quetzal just because that's like, it is fun because something you can also do is if you put lamb in there, you can also just break a lot of
Mhm.
stuff. Kobo just loves that build. It's not super. Yeah, that honestly, I like it. I like it. You can play Reclaim. Why not play Reclaim? Yeah, no, and Cephalopod pointing out, like, it does get pretty slots hungry, but I think mm, yeah, it is sort of like tier 1.5, but I think that, there I think it's just an easy way to break ice. I think the problem is that right now, ice isn't that meaningful, and the ice that is meaningful is, like, stuff like border control or funhouse, which you can negate some of that with hush though, so it makes sense in
Mhm.
Arizona, but yeah. I don't know. I don't know if those decks are actually playing Reclaim, but it is an option. It's an option there. And it does get hardware back though, right? I'm not just making that up. Yeah, install a program, piece of hardware. It even installs it, or virtual resource from your HIP, paying its install cost from your heap. You know? I think that's valid. You just have to trash a card from your grip. I don't know, trash Slap Vandal. Just bring it back with Simulchip. Fine. I think round 2 pairings are up.
Excellent.
Let's see. So, do we want to go to top tables or just find another interesting
Let's look
matchup?
for interesting things. I don't think the top tables are going anywhere.
Gus is on Tenma. Be interested in seeing that.
I was actually looking at maybe table 13, the outfit versus Captain Padma. I want to see what she's up to now that she no longer has a vote.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's also a Poison Vial deck potentially. But yeah, no, that sounds good.
All right, Orca Poison Vial, here we go.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go ask table 13.
Okay. Pointing out that Ari was on 20 is really the best place for Reclaim because Reclaim also brings back virtual resources. It's great in Mulch. Anything's great in Mulch.
All right, we are good to stream on table. I keep forgetting what table I'm on. 13.
13.
This is XCG playing the outfit, family owned and operated, versus Stewie D playing Captain Padma Isbister.
Mm-hmm. So outfit just classic. Just install R&D, make your little rushy server. Come steal my agendas and wait for me to punitive you. I think to me, I was looking at my old decks, and I think before Ob came out, I was on Outfit because I still had all of my favorite cards at the time. Trebuchet, Trebuchet I played a while because I played it with Batty, which was, that was so mean. Trebuchet, Tithonium, all the mean ice. What's the other one? Under the Bus. But I think now, I mean, obviously Ob's really great, but to me, Outfit just feels a bit too high variance.
Yes.
Just because a lot of the time it's just, can you score your regulatory captures before the runner? But I think the fact that people have pivoted back to Rig Shooter makes me happy. Because that was I love doing Rig Shooter when Marcus Batty was around, because that was just the only thing about that is I kept having to explain to people that yes, I get to trash your entire rig because you lost this side game. But I think it's still like with Trojan Horse and sometimes even like ScapeNet. And also Kimberlite. I haven't seen anybody do Kimberlite out of Outfit, I think, but that's also a pretty neat card. Outfit wins hit way different. Yeah. I think when Outfit wins, it's like it does feel very evil, but it still is satisfying, Just like a pile of money.
So we have the outfit already acquiring some bad pub, and of course, any in-run actions like self-modifying code can be a useful small synergy, save you a credit.
But I think wisely, with the resources, like the XDG has already doubled ice R&D, so Padma could still, depending on what the ice is, might be okay, but just your ability kind of it can be a little tough, but we'll see what this deck looks like. Because I think that with Shaper versus Outfit, once you get to mid game, it sort of gets a little harder for Outfit. Because once you have, because like with Orca shreds through Trebuchet. Like Orca looks at Trebuchet and like just jumps right over the castle.
So we are seeing this Orca being pitched, which makes me wonder if Stewie running any method to cheat this Orca out for free.
I mean, I would say that it might mean that there's like 3 Orcas in the deck, and you're just waiting for what's it called, Spark of Inspiration. But yeah, I think.
Although that is a way of getting the Orca out for free, yeah.
They might already have one in hand.
But I think I know when I build Spark lists, I want to have I mean, honestly, pretty much just 1x of each of my breakers, and then maybe a backup method of getting one down out of my hand. But I don't want to, like, Spark into Orca, Spark into Orca, Spark into Orca again, and then still have to... Or, like, Spark into Cleaver, and then still have to play this Orca?
Yeah. But, so... Oh, playing Echelon and Orca. Interesting.
I mean... I like it. Orca's... Like, Echelon is... Echelon's a lot easier to get down and start operating, but they're both actually sort of big late game breakers due to the way Echelon kind of needs the base strength to go up before it does much.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things where it's like, you just play multiple cards depending on what the board looks like. Yeah, Cephalopod, what if Retrieval Run? They'll never see it coming. Yeah,
I was thinking about Retrieval Run. But the other thing I was going to think about is, like, honestly, Sybil shipping an Orca back, after you pop an SMC, right? That saves you 3, gets you a free install.
Yeah. All right. So we got a data loop here. Dwight having to shuffle cards back in. So yes, obviously this is definitely a punitive deck, but XGJ down to 5 credits. So still looking
Well, the
pretty
outfit
good.
might be too big to fail.
That's true. That is true. So yeah. I mean it's a very good card. So what do we have here? Ooh.
Puzzle Treasury half full casts. Pretty solid value.
Yeah.
It's not the biggest thing. So actually this is a really fun combo. Orca with Kurapira.
Love it. Love it so much. You just shred through everything. Oh, I love that. Yep. Unfortunately, you still have to like break at least one thing with Kurapira first, but
yes.
All right, so trashing the too big to fail on R&D. That's actually pretty big. So that means I think there's only there's 2 in the bin at this point. I don't know if you usually play 3. Most Savage decks I've seen usually play 2 just because it's like if you draw the 3rd one, it ends up being a dead card sometimes. But yeah, if you're that might be a little rough to climb back up if you don't have your too big to fails. But yeah.
And the other really neat thing about this Kurapira here in this matchup is that it's a bypass for data loop.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Because what I was gonna say that you still have air blades, but yeah, Kurapira gets past data loop. It doesn't get past border control, but yeah, because it's an on encounter, you just slink on past.
Your on encounter goes off first, and you go, well, look at my sick kickflip, and
yeah,
and go right through.
Yeah, no, Curb here. Oh man, I'm surprised I haven't seen. Well, I guess I just haven't seen that much Padma, but I do really like Kurapira. Um, in as like a as another target for Padma. Because it's basically like a lot of times with Kurapira, you end up like I've done this before where you're farming counters off like a border control or an ice wall.
Mhm.
And in this case, you just need to like break that ice wall or whatever once, and then you can just keep stacking counters, which is really
Well,
nice.
if you can get the Orca back in play somehow.
Uh,
There's Padma, right? Yes, yes.
yeah, yeah, but yeah, and getting Orca too. Um, but yeah, it's I love that. It's great.
So of course, all this bad pub also provides an excellent method of charging up this hyperbaric.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean hyperbaric's also really good with like it's interesting that you've got like these pretty decent breakers that synergize with Padma. Um and like you don't I mean, yeah. I mean Curb here specifically you can play it also with like Turbine. Is Curb here 3 influence? Yeah, that's 3
Yeah,
influence. That's perfect.
Kurapira's it's pretty good, but it also could have been Cleaver is sort of the problem that it frequently runs into.
Xerxes pointing out what do we think the chance of Hishuk is all 3 cost breakers? Uh, you know what? They are also playing daily cast, so
Sure, but I mean, you play Daily Cast because that's 5 credits.
yeah, no. I mean, yeah, but you know, it's a valid choice. And I mean against outfit, it's actually better because you just if you only steal 1 agenda, it's nicer than having to steal 2 agendas.
Into the depths.
All right.
Interesting.
The other thing about Into the Depths is I saw somebody shorten it as ITD, and I'm like, that's not ITD. ITD is IT department. But yeah.
See, this is what hyperbaric feels awful. Is the first time you use it and you pay
hmm
10.
Yeah, but now it's like you're shredding through it, and you know, with I mean this. Ooh.
I would hope your 13 cost breaker is good.
Yeah. So we did see one. There is 1 punitive in hand.
Mhm.
No agenda steal because an agenda steal would probably may have meant certain death at that point. But you
Yeah,
know,
I'm not expecting the Kashyyyk.
mhm.
It's I guess technically possible, but
I mean, like, yeah, like I said, it's yeah, I mean, you have the Orca, and the Orca's charging some other stuff, but I think Shashuk is actually a pretty good tech for kill decks. If they install District 99, then I'll believe they are on Shashuk. Yeah. Ooh. Hmm. Oh, I see. I was like, well, why are they doing that? It's
they're just randomizing
choosing the
the order in which
order.
they install cards. Yeah.
Yeah, I was playing someone the other day and I got really mad because I picked the wrong order. I picked the wrong card because I was pinholing and there was like a 50-50 chance I'd hit the agenda versus the upgrade, and I hit the agenda. It was
Okay,
just
so we have seen a fourth 3 cost card that rewards events.
mm,
So Kushik stocks are
mm.
going up, I think, slightly. I'm
Well,
still not a believer, but
that is Anacam though, which suggests this is a heavy event-based deck.
yes. But to me, that almost more suggests that we're going to be on Spark.
Uh, Dwight realizing I can't contest this if you have punitive and it's an agenda.
So decides to just leave and go home, and losing
Yeah.
the 2 clicks that he'll have to spend rerolling, and I mean, I guess
mean,
the Thimbleford got broken for free because bad pub. So
yeah. I mean, yeah. I think if I were Dwight, I would still just break the data loop to start getting counters on Kurapira.
and
But
then
that's
jack out.
5 credits. Yeah, but it's 5 credits. It's a lot.
Mhm.
Triple advance. Ooh, there's a red capture. Uh, I think stealing the red capture wouldn't have been too bad, but I think I think that's
There's at least
valid.
one punitive in hand. If there's a second, it's just death.
Yeah. Yeah. But assuming it's a 3-pointer is also valid, but you have a 1 red capture out of the game. So still can get 2 more. 3 bad pub. Curious what those other 2 upgrades are.
So I don't think we've actually seen Padma do anything this game. There have been no runs on R&D.
I think they put a counter on hyperbaric, maybe. There were earlier when XDG couldn't res anything. I think there was like 1 counter put on the
Okay, the bad pub pinhole threading is always very fun.
Ooh. Yeah, they would have been very dead if they stole that red capture. That's an Angelique in server 1, so let's see strong. Cyberdelia. Yeah, I mean the Hushik is still a possibility. I think Cyberdelia is also that's valid too, because you're having like all these ridiculously stupid cheap or at some point stupid cheap breakers.
I mean, it's very Doomriggy at that point.
Yeah, but it is Shaper.
Yes.
So with a full hand size and a sizable number of credits, Strahd does decide to try to go after this. After trashing at least 1 upgrade. Who knows what the other I mean, we haven't seen other than the data loop, I don't think we've seen too much influence. So who knows what's there? It could be like what is it? Daniela is the one that makes you put cards back.
Um,
Might think of something else. Or is that Adrian said? I forget what the other what those the new Jinteki upgrades
Daniela
are.
is the additional cost bottom 2.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's also I think Ben Musashi is still legal. I always like thinking
He
that.
is, or
That
was when I checked a month ago, and I don't think there've been any changes.
I don't think Ben Musashi's getting banned. But yeah, I think because Ben Musashi is 2 damage on steel, and then that really could have meant death. But
Mhm.
okay, so you got the data loop, are breaking it, so now at least you have 1 counter on Kurapira. Or oh wait, no, that's the second counter because you broke what's
Tree
it
line.
called? Tree line, yeah. Not too bad. Still a bit expensive. Ooh, not choosing to spend the extra. Yeah, I guess if you're worried about punitive, um, it's okay to save your money. But sometimes you just to get the extra counter, you just spend the extra 1 for data loop.
Mhm.
But worrying about punitive is definitely valid because you need to stay at like that 5. Yeah. And then put the Nuka down, yeah. Okay, so I mean, this game Well, I don't know. I think Dwight is doing a pretty good job at keeping XDG's money in check, but outfit can always get more. It would really hurt though. Trojan horse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. I think, yeah, it's like, yeah, I think that might be a reason most people aren't on hyperbaric is because you have, I don't know if I would be on hyperbaric with the risk of Trojan horse, but yeah. All right, it's the K2 CPU's coming down. Your breakers
I think
break.
this instead have to go R&D because everything else is too expensive. But these potential 2 counters on Curupira, one from Padma, one from the Into the Depths charge it's I think it's charge and gain 4.
Yeah. So
Unless
even if,
there's an amazing program on this board state that I'm not seeing.
yeah.
I mean, maybe it's double turbine, but
Yeah, I mean, it's like you get that Curupira up so you can bypass data loop.
I mean, actually, I guess if there's a second turbine, installing turbine using 2 of the badge pub credits gets your Curupira to 5 strength, which actually cleanly breaks tree line.
Ooh,
Upya.
Is that Upia?
Upya?
Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. I think unfortunately, because the triggers meet at the same time, you don't get to
Yes.
counter that turn. Um, Still an interesting card. And XCJ obviously swapping the thimble rig so you're not getting cheap runs off R&D anymore. But that does leave HQ wide open. Or pretty open, I should say.
I mean, there's bad pub. It's wide open.
Yeah. But Dwight choosing to challenge the scoring remote.
I mean, this is really cheap to challenge,
Yeah, I don't
potentially.
think it's bad. Yeah, and with 4 cards in hand and the ability to bypass data loop, it's not too bad. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is pretty safe.
Although going down to 0 on the Kurapiri is potentially a little bit awkward next turn.
Well,
Means that
you're bypassing the data loop.
right.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, because then you can't charge it off R&D. That's
Right, because then
true.
you can't charge it off
Yeah.
R&D next turn.
Yeah. No, no, I see what you're saying. Uh, yes, it does. Okay, XGG, kindly answering that. I don't want to
Yeah.
accidentally hear it again. But yeah, that's always my corp attitude is knowing what all of my cards do, even if it benefits the runner. Just a virus here. Yeah, I guess it was a little awkward there, but I think that's worth. I
Mhm.
mean, if that was a Rashida, it might be bad, but you know, mm. But yeah,
And
like
I
I
mean,
said,
there is a tree line exposed on the outside of server 1, which is like 2 credits for a Kurapira counter to get it started is not an unreasonable ask.
no, that's actually not too bad. Um, XDG saying math, which means there might be a
A punitive line.
um maybe. I don't think so.
It seems unlikely as there were no agendas
Well, you
steals
did
last turn.
you did have the regulatory capture still in.
Oh, that was at the start, yes.
Yeah. But I think with 4 cards in hand, don't think there's a way.
Yeah, I don't think value punitive. I think value punitive just eats up a bunch of credits and doesn't kill, and then Stu just pops the last Nuka counter.
Right. I mean, I think maybe you might be calculating for Trojan Horse. But yeah,
Mhm.
punitive pivot.
Pivot. Pivot
Oh,
City
oh,
works.
I see. Oh, yeah. Okay. So what you were saying before about well, I think you could still get the Kurapira up to 3. Uh, but this could be problematic. I Interesting.
But one punitive isn't lethal, and two punitives is hard to fire.
Well, with with I think you're assuming that I think the runner does have an advantage with 1 Nuka on the board, but, like, you'd still gotta do some math there, because if you're spending clicks
Yes.
to try to get your counters on Kurapira, you might not have enough clicks to, like, properly draw up.
So I'm seeing something like run server 1, break the tree line and leave. Run server 1, break both, steal. You'll trash, 3 to City Works,
Yeah. Yeah,
which will probably draw you a card off of Anacam.
right. Yes, that is true. You could yeah, if there's
Then
another
you'll pop
instant.
Nuka and go to 5. So punitive trashes 3, including an event, which triggers Anacam, and you go to 3, which survives the second punitive.
But, yeah, I think yeah, because I was almost gonna say you don't have to steal it this turn, but, uh, Seamless also still gets it. So,
It also just becomes so much harder to steal with another 3 advancement counters on it, honestly.
right. So I think, uh, Wide just opting for breaking the data loop
Mm-hmm.
the hard way. I don't think XTG can res here. I mean, you can, but it might be risky. Trebuchet would be pretty expensive. Archer would be kind of annoying on the corpse side more than anything. But yeah. Yeah, Trebuchet, yeah, because you still have 3 credits, so you can still do 1 punitive if you have to. This time, still not putting the extra. Well, yeah. I think the consideration for punitive is very important. So yeah, and then just drawing up with Nuka, and don't, I don't know if the corp. I don't think the corp can kill you at this point.
Assuming that the punitive hits at least one event for the Anacam draw, there's no way.
And it's worth noting all 3 too big to fails are in the bin, so you can't do
Oh,
something
actually,
where.
we did see Angelique, I
Oh, that's
guess.
true. That's true. Um,
So like punitive Angelique is 7 credits, but the runner has the credits to pay into one of the traces if you're going for that. So
yeah. I think even double punitive probably wouldn't work. I mean, I guess you could play a hedge fund or something to try to get up to credits, but it's harder without too big to fail. Um, but yeah, the runner can dodge at least 1 punitive.
and assuming this punitive hits at least one event, Anacam triggers. So the runner is on 6 cards,
Right.
and that's enough.
Taking the
Dedicated
damage.
processor.
Ooh. Oh! You know what? That might be. Oh, actually, no. It doesn't.
That's the support Kurapura needed.
Yeah, but that. Yeah, 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 yeah. So just a value punitive there. Dwight not paying into it. Uh, and
Stride
this, yeah,
still doing very healthily on cards.
yeah. And again, they did get the draw from Anacam, so
Mhm.
doing pretty good right now. And getting that Kurapira back up.
Yeah, I think the Silver Fox mostly just going in to look at one card and get the Kurapira counter.
Yeah, because Valentau is absolutely nothing right here.
And I guess there's the Upia value.
Yep. Could have still boosted Anacam, Hyperbaric with the rest of your little credits, but don't really need to at this point.
For what 10 strength?
Yeah, I don't know. You might as well. You got the credits for it. You had like 2 extra credits off of your bad pub and overclock. You might as well. Oh, just trashing off R&D.
Okay.
Doing your best.
Well, potentially the runner can take a 5-click turn next turn. And you know what this means? Deep dive.
Oh yeah, I think like one deep dive probably gets it here. Um, but yeah, I think
I
yeah,
thought.
you you do the run on R&D. Um, you get the Upya counter, and then you just go HQ archives. And then if there's like a border control somewhere, you still are able to have the clicks to run again.
I'm not. I don't know if I believe in this deep dive or not, but
Yeah, I guess the point you don't need the 5th click for deep dive, but if there is a border control, you do still need to account for that. So ooh, there's another hostile.
true. And this is the magic for bad pub number for the regulatory captures.
Yeah. So just drawing one red capture.
Or having been holding one in the hand, potentially.
Oh, that's true. That is true. Yeah, I think you might just go HQ first. I mean, this looks like a deep dive play to
This
me,
definitely does
but
look like a deep dive, yeah. I just wasn't, like, this deck is doing so many things that I wasn't sure
I
it
mean,
had the card
yeah.
space for deep dive.
I think presumably you didn't even expect to steal the hostile on that run, so it's like, yeah, you're doing deep dive now. Because if you had stolen the red capture, then
Uh-huh.
that would have just been game. And presumably you usually play the deep dive earlier, but like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Ooh, under the bus. Oh, there's been no targets for that. That's unfortunate. Does give you 2 free credits though. There's the
Yeah,
Tribute.
but I mean, taking one bad publicity is a change in game state, if I recall correctly.
Yes, it
So you can always
is.
throw yourself under the bus.
This is very true. It's very true. Um, yeah, yeah, it's a funny move. But yeah. So I think being very careful with credits. All right. So one card from R&D. Now you do the deep dive. But gotta do the Upia first. And that's game.
City Works.
Yep.
And another City Works.
I think the funny play would be like that you trash the Angelique from the top, click the Upia, click for a credit, and then do the deep dive. But that's just how I would do it. But I love the full skateboard tricks. But yeah, no, Padma doesn't need the boat. Padma just needs that
Just needs
pioneering
martial
spirit.
arts.
Just needs that pioneering spirit. Okay. So what do we got left? I assume there's still at least like some time in the round.
There should be 5 tables left, and I think about the same number of minutes left in the round. That one was 34.
Yeah. Maybe table 5, because I think that's the that's the king versus Funky Man. That's a little bit of a more traditional matchup, but we haven't seen any of that yet.
Yeah, I'll go ask.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can technically see, well, no, you don't see an extra card because you just click for a credit. But yeah, on that on that run, you just get up to like 10 points.
All right, we are good to stream.
So, yeah, this sure does look like Hoshka versus PD. Double Magnet, Brawn, Doom rigs out. Ooh, and on Revolver, as opposed to.
So, yeah, I was gonna say. So, tell me about this list. I'm seeing Revolver. I'm seeing a Liberated accounts, which this appears to be some variety of mulch. I didn't think mulch was really running those that much.
Yeah. So it's like a mulch variant. Like some decks will run Boomerang and some will do Revolver. It's usually between those two. So yeah. The king on Revolver. Yeah, it's like this is the deck. This is the mulch. I think Liberated has always just been tech for. I think before it used to be tech for hard hitting news, but it's also tech
for
like,
acid matchups.
Yeah. I mean, even this matchup is like, sometimes you just need the extra credits for Managarm, whatever's going on. But yeah, this is the full. I mean, this game. I mean, it's 4-5, and it's two, very strong meta decks. So
I am seeing the double drafter on R&D here, which I think is something Revolver is not.
I don't know why I said
especially happy about.
But yeah, double drafter is pretty bad for Revolver. Yeah, but
the other thing I'm. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we already have like 2 Managarms and 1 Anoetic in the bin. And 3 Spin Doctors too. Oof.
Oh, the other thing I was going to say is that I'm only seeing 5 cards in R&D, which is
yeah.
So concerningly low. I'm going to go with.
Yeah, I mean, again, it could still go either way because there's 2 Seamless in the bin. There's probably 1 in hand.
There's probably 1 in hand.
Yeah.
But 2 Seamless in the bin means that Never Advanced Ikobai is not a threat.
Yeah. But yeah, you basically you got to contest pretty much every remote though, because it's only 2 offs that are gone, so you still got some other things. And this deck might be playing, ADT, Architect Deployment. But this is you know what? This is YDL, so it's probably Midnight Arcology.
Midnight 3.
Yeah. But yeah, not being able to score those kind of probably sucks. But
pretty sure you win before you lose by drawing 3.
Well, yeah. Well, not yeah. I guess you can't really score it here. But what I meant is that having to score them late is much worse than getting to score them early.
Yes.
Okay. So get the
Is
Aussie out.
there a Mavris in archives? There is. Okay.
And it sort of got weird. But I think it was just some funky stuff with undoing clicks. I think they tried to undo something earlier, and then when they ran, didn't time it out properly. Oh, you know what? Utati is also streaming the Kings matches.
Tati is Orkling.
Right. But they're streaming right now. I forgot about that. I mean, this game looks like it's almost over. So no, because there was one other game going on, but I guess Tati said it was fine. So that's game. Or no, that's not game. Ooh,
No, that's not game.
that's not game.
Paladin's on 3, but I don't know if Utati has any installs.
Yeah. I mean, this deck's not playing Buffer Drive. It's just DJ Steve.
Yes, it is. It is 100% playing Buffer Drive. I can confirm that right now.
Oh, god damn. Sorry. I'm my brain.
I was wondering, are we going to see any installables in hand for the 3 credits on Paladin? And we're seeing a Buffer Drive, so
Yeah, okay. There you go. Hoshiko doesn't usually play Buffer Drive, but the King's a good player. Trust his judgment. I mean, Buffer Drive is pretty good either way with Mulch. Just, you get some extra recursion. A lot more decision making though, and gets a little more finicky.
I mean, this also sort of sets up the infinite strike fund economy.
Yeah. No, that's totally valid. I think sometimes it's like it can be worth like the extra like pinhole. Cause I don't know. This deck might not be not have the influence for pinhole. Yeah, because that's the other thing. So usually it'll be like one boomerang and one pinhole, or like some number of pinholes instead of revolver. But Buffer Drive's good. So I mean the whole thing here is that Funky Man doesn't really have too many outs. I mean, with the one, yeah, it's a little rough because I think maybe you have one more Managarm. Oh no, never mind. There's 3 Managarms in the bin. Maybe.
I mean, Vitruvius, but I'm not expecting either of those cards to be in the list. So
yeah, I don't think PD usually plays Biotic either.
yeah, not currently.
Yeah.
Certainly, some PD lists in the past have had a singleton Biotic floating around, but I haven't seen one recently.
Yeah. But yeah. Oh, and there's the Midnight 3.
There's the Midnight 3.
I think scoring might have lost.
Filling up the rig and setting up the remote camp.
I think what's funny though is that you would I guess you win before you lose, before you can't draw, but it would be funny if they had to overdraw and then like they have to win before they deck themselves out.
Mhm.
But in that case, they had exactly the right number of cards not to get decked. But I've been on Buffer Drive Hosh synergy with Lagos who got I think the main argument is the synergy between Lago and Buffer Drive because Lago is really annoying for any corp that installs cards in servers. Not a new server, it's the root of a server.
So what I'm hearing is I should play BTL Glacier.
Probably. I mean, that's what some people are playing it.
Yeah, I know. My main corp right now is Atea. I install so many cards in the roots of servers.
Yeah.
I don't just install cards in the roots of servers on my turns. I install them on the runner's turns.
Yeah. No, that's valid. You can do it with Tucana. You can do it with Tatubola.
Yeah, Tattoo Ball is really sweet, honestly.
Yeah. I haven't seen it in Asa more, but I guess Ablative does the work. Do you play Ablative
I
in a
play
team?
Ablative. I'm on a fairly weird prison build where I'm importing fun houses and then stacking up a giant pile of ice from a V1001. So I just put fun houses on each central
Valid.
and have like a 6 or 7 ice remote.
Yeah. That's fun. That's definitely fun.
And,
My
and
favorite.
and
Sorry.
I've got a positive win rate, but Corp also has a positive win rate now, so I'm not convinced that my like 60% win rate is especially noticeable. So much as saying, you know what, I'm playing Corp and it's not bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think how many corp wins have we seen? I think we only saw the only corp win was the mad combo kill. But yeah, corp is
Actually, is there a
generally
way to find current standings on ASOPs?
it should be if you just
There we go,
let's
round 2 standing.
see. Yeah. Oh, I think round 3 pairings are up. So I mean, if you look at the top, looks like Ob's doing pretty good. Oh boy. That's Ob and Providon. Okay, we should definitely look at Augustus. We should probably stream Augustus next round just because I'm interested in whatever he's cooking. But yeah. It's an Ob world.
I'm
Dang.
interested in seeing what Egg Infusion is up to these days.
No, Augustus is on Providas.
Wait, I thought
I'd like
round
to see that.
for round 3 I'm seeing Augustus playing Ken.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying for the corp side, but yeah. Do you want to check out table 3? Yeah, it's table 3. Or wait, no, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Table 4. Table 4. Sorry. Just looking at the standings, but yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Anyway, check out table 4. Morning for me. It's not that early, but you know.
It is just before noon for me, but I've been up since about 8 last night. Alright, yes, we are good to stream on table 4.
Awesome.
We have Torpedo Tyrus playing Egg Infusion, New Miracles for a New World, against Augustus Caesar playing Ken, Express, Tenma, Disappeared Clone.
I miss playing Ken. I used to play I think the first time I went to like a big regional I played Ken. It was a pretty bad deck. It was like a what's it called? It's like quest completed. notoriety deck?
So the first big tournament I attended was probably U.S. Nationals last year.
Mhm.
I brought Prof. Big Beal as my corp, which
Mhm.
honestly went well. I think I went like 4-2 on it. It did fine.
Mhm.
Um, However, as my runner, I brought Steve, running a full playset of Embezzle.
Like Embezzle. Embezzle's a great card. That's great with Steve. I love Embezzle. It's a good card.
Um,
Alright, so
and it was not successful.
mhm.
I should have just played Hoshiko, honestly.
So, yeah. I mean, I am interested very interested in what Ken's doing, because you get a lot of options right now, but throwing out a doof, interesting. I imagine Augustus knows this matchup pretty well. Uh, it looks like it might be a deck that I've seen him play, because there's a Yodel in the bin, so we'll see what happens. Um,
Sometimes I think that this is the putative Ag Infusion.
I mean, the YDL's kind of a giveaway. Um,
It's
but
certainly suggestive, although it's not like corps don't like money.
true. That's true. Uh, Koga been on streaming. I think we did see Ari earlier. That was a cool matchup. That was cool. But yeah. All right. Ooh, more influence spends for Nuka. I always this is the thing with Criminal now, like across the board, is that you often end up spending your influence on draw, just because it's so difficult without. I mean, I miss DreamNet, but
There is Zenit Chip.
yes, there is Zenit Chip. I don't. It feels awkward to play, honestly.
That can definitely be.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. Um, it does draw you cards when you make, but I mean, it also only works on Central Service, which
Yes.
is like fine. Um, so we got the pinhole coming out. No Swift yet. Well, I assume Ken is on Swift. Might be Hermes. Um, Swift is, after all, Ken's console.
And here I thought it was what was his actual console? 1 second.
So not going after the Spin Doctor here, but instead going after the upgrade, which is Code Replicator, which is also interesting. I mean, honestly, that still might be indicative of a punitive deck if you're playing like Data Loop. Because I've done that before, where you do Code Replicator to force them to encounter Data Loop again.
Uh huh.
Very mean. Um,
Although
but
maybe it's just going to be sort of like off-brand ganked.
yeah, no, Ag Ganked is also very valid. And you can still just play Bacterial for value rather than just punitive.
Like you throw them at the Nancy, they go past the Nancy. You trash the code replicator to throw them into Nancy again.
Yeah, yeah. Interesting that Augustus didn't try to trash the Spin Doctor, but also Torpedo Tyrus didn't use the Spin Doctor, because it's sometimes with oh wait, he did use the Spin Doctor. Sorry, I'm not paying attention. Oh well, no, on the Pinhole run he didn't,
Mhm.
because you can still trash the Spin Doctor before they have a chance to use
Correct.
it.
Yes.
Um, so maybe Archives isn't very interesting, but yeah. But I guess you know that the other one is an upgrade, and seeing it is important. All right, so you get the Bravado, Boomerang play. Uh, still might be a little risky. No res. There's the Utini. Thankfully, you can pay for it since it's not at threat 3. You still have to take 1 net. Or taking all the net. Dodged.
I guess it's cutting it a bit close on cards in hand there, but
Yeah, like, you could have paid to dodge the net damage. Alright, I don't know if this is the right play here. I guess because
I mean there's no way that one card saves Augustus.
yeah, I mean, I guess the thinking is that you're ahead on credits and they would have to have 2 punitives in hand. This could be real bad news. If I get Angeliqued here, you are the best. Game respects game. Guess the thinking is that if there's something to trash, you don't want to miss that opportunity by, dodging that damage. But yeah, I don't know if there's a card here that wins like the
Okay, let's do
single.
Punitive Bath. Punitive can't do it. There's just not enough money.
I think. Yeah, because you get it to what, trace 8, and then still have enough for the trace 5, and Augustus is on 16 credits, so yeah. Unfortunate. Yeah, oh, just looking at it, yeah, Ken is also on Hermes. I will also point out, when I was saying earlier about spending influence on, draw, I'm also
All, yeah.
seeing, verbal plasticity in the bin, which is technically draw, but not really.
I like verbal plasticity, but it's
Yeah. Well, back in the day, you had, symmetrical visage, which did pretty much the same thing where it's like the first time you draw by a click, you get an extra card, but that was only 2 credits. 3
I think
credits?
you got a credit on.
But I guess you can play Career Fair. This deck might be playing Career Fair.
Mhm.
Okay, so you got Upgrade on Archives. Never like that. Um, yeah, especially out of friggin' Ag. Who knows what that is?
I mean, Nanocivic Grid is banned in Standard, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's the
Or just
bacterial.
Factorial.
But yeah, the bacterial unfortunately doesn't uh pop off because it's a Regenesis score.
Yes, it's not scored. It's added to the score area, which
Yeah.
is very distinct.
Yeah. So we do at least know this deck is on bacterial. Uh, So I assume Ken's not on Dryer, but we do see a Takobi in the bin, which is very unfortunate. Criminal doesn't really have a way to bring that back. Except for like
Mhm.
DJ Steve. Well, no, you can't even do DJ Steve and Crim.
Yeah, you can't.
Unless you're playing Buffer Drive, but probably not. But maybe. I don't know.
But Toby is an excellent support piece for Kurapira.
Yeah. So still bravadoing server 2, even though an Anansi threat is still live and there's no sentry breaker on the board. Interesting. So Buzzsaw cuts through.
I feel like Augustus is going to pay the 8 for the Atini.
Yep. That's not too bad. Yeah, losing it to Kobe's kind of annoying, but I
I'll
think.
just keep these taxing ice much more taxing, much longer.
Yeah. Now, if you're talking about a Hishik deck, I was playing Jacoby in my two cost.
Yeah,
Hishik
I
deck.
played Jacoby in my 2-cost Kushik.
It's a good influence spend.
Prepaid,
Saguna,
Revolver, I was even running Corroder.
just another thing at verbal plasticity. Baramu saying it's Laguna Velasco at home, but the home is a burnt out caravan in a ditch. Yeah, well, it's only 3 credits. But
Alright, mutual favor coming in. This is presumably going to go find a
wait, oh, they for some reason didn't. Oh, I think they. Oh yeah, they haven't
hasn't made a
done.
run.
Yeah, so you
And
can
I think he was
still.
expecting the click refund.
Yeah. Well, you can still technically get it to your hand. You just have to spend a click to install it. Yeah.
Yes.
But as Ken, presumably you have a way to make a cheap run. I'm interested what's in server 2, that boomerang dice. Because definitely at some point you're gonna trash it to boop into an Anansi. Although now Augustus does have the Carmen out.
Certainly, Boomerang Dice is a prime consideration to go trash and
Right.
strand the boomerang.
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of have to wait until there's a good target to boop the runner into.
Well, Augustus is running a new server, so there's an opportunity for Torpedo Tyrus to res some ice
Yeah.
and maybe have a worthwhile target in the future.
Yeah. Although it's sort of more difficult at this point because you do have Carmen on the board. So it's more about, oh, and there's a Fuji. Oh, speaking of Fuji. All right. I guess that's game. Yeah.
Okay, double
Wow.
Fuji wins before losing, I guess.
Yeah, no, that was a really sick game. Like watching somebody who knows the deck they're playing against uh make these moves that I'm like, but you could have died there. Um Interesting. Although, yeah. All right. Yeah, that's always wild when you win before death. Okay. Any in other matches that might be interesting?
Let's go look at this.
One might be good. Cool. Saw first round, or was that someone else on Arizona? I don't remember.
It was someone else, I believe.
Okay. Well, there was a request to see Koga's game, so we could just see that because we haven't seen Asmari yet either.
Yeah, if that's still ongoing. 1 second. You go to table 1. Alright, I will go ask. Alright, we are good to stream on table 1.
So this is the Glacier Asmari.
And the 1 echo chamber has already been scored. And I don't think we're going to see 3 more echo chambers scored, which means that's going to be a 5-3.
There is 2 adjustment in the bin, so agendas and R&D are likely. This seems like the pretty standard build. This is Pantograph.
Yeah, so
Arsana.
this is the Peter Shao infinite quote unquote, where you bounce the Peter Shao, you reinstall it with the Pantograph for the extra clicks to keep running with Conduit.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like you never needed Hyperdriver to get an infinite click turn. But there's no Peace Out on the board. Hush in the bin. Good card.
And especially with this Aeneas Informant, this is very this R&D will just be run for profit.
Yeah. There's not a lot of targets for Aeneas, though, I don't think.
Not in this list, no.
Yeah. I think, yeah, because you have 3 Rashidas in the bin.
There's some virus.
Crash in the virus. Obviously. You don't have to deal with that.
You don't want to reveal it or gain a credit?
It's not worth it. Because then they just install it, and then you're like, oh, I guess I gotta watch my Conduit now. But yeah, daily quest there. Interesting
Yeah,
calling.
I agree that.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I agree the remote looks pretty sturdy.
Yeah. Interesting that Ismari's calling program. I wonder if that's been like the call the whole game, just because it used to be like everyone like defaults to event, but totally.
I mean, I think
valid
it's just the call against Arasana.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You don't really need to change it up. I mean, I guess if you saw Anacam rather than like Pantograph, you might try to vary it up, but like with Pantograph there, it's like,
I mean, Arasana is going to want to use her ability most turns.
Yeah.
Get her Trojans down, and that's
Yep.
program install. So
Yep. Totally fair. I mean, maybe if it's like you get the Doom rig out and then you're thinking they might play Overclock, but like, yeah, seems totally fair. It's also worth noting that Echo Chamber doesn't activate Pantograph, so I've only gotten 1 trigger off the Corp.
mhm. And we see here the start of the classic for Shaper.
Yeah. It's actually, I think, yeah, you really do need to get some credits here.
Spec work.
Ooh, I'm surprised. I haven't seen that as much in Arizona. I guess you're more so like it's good burst, I think.
Mhm.
It's possible that uh Koga's just avoiding activating Asmari's ability, but by just using the events and not installing programs. But at this point it's like on server 1, you got this. Oh, you get the daily quest, which is gonna just keep racking up the money.
With the daily quest money coming in, I mean, denying Asmari their 2 credits helps, but it's not going to stop them from having money.
Yeah. Yeah. But
There's still, potentially one more Hydra Therese, and that's pricey. Like it's very possible that a Warlock can't res all 3 of his ice, even with 15 credits.
yeah. I'm assuming there might be like a toll booth on R&D, just because that's harder to go through multiple times.
Yeah, if there's a toll booth sounds pretty good into Conduit.
Yeah. Anything else interesting in the bin? Yeah, it's just the hush. So you can hush. You can also hush toll booth. That's also a thing. Um, That's
It is. You can hush it and then slap vandal it, and very clean. Getting through Toll Booth for one is
Yeah. Yeah.
something you used to do by installing a 9-cost breaker.
Yeah. I'm wondering, the Stego's might be on K2 CP. I don't know. I know a lot of the RE decks play DZMZ for extra MU. Yeah, MU's running a little tight right now. You're at MU right now, so yeah. Just taking a tag, breaking the stuff. Going on HQ, seeing what's there. Oh, that's weird. It should have broken the 2 subroutines, but for some reason you gain the tag and then all the other ones solved. But yeah, it should just be getting the tag. So Echo Chamber, not really worth it to trash, just because the Echo Chamber is kind of a moot point.
I mean, the argument for trashing is to thin out the grip. Sorry, to thin out HQ.
Right. Yeah, no, that's true. I guess like the priority here is just getting money. And then like if you do have to go after HQ again, you have more targets for money. All right, so agenda going, well, we don't know if it's agenda, but a card going pretty quickly into server 1. Pretty snap install.
I think with this Cuban down on the HQ, there's a lot of incentive that if a Warlock sees an agenda, he just has to try pushing it.
Yeah. I think, yeah, I mean, server 1's still pretty nasty to get into. We don't know what that outer ice is.
Yeah, if it's like a BC, that would be...
Yeah, that would be pretty annoying. But I think R&D is probably the right choice. Just because if there's like one agenda at most in HQ, but you're sort of banking on there not being any. So it's like there is almost definitely at least one agenda in R&D right now. Because if there's one in the server and then one in HQ, there has to be one more in R&D. So here's that toll booth. As I said, you can hush the toll booth. Pretty neat. And then only have to pay what, like 4 with Buzzsaw? Or no, it's pretty expensive with Buzzsaw actually.
Yeah, there's also the possibility of calling that the outer ice in server 1 was a Hydra or a toll booth and now can't be rezzed.
Right. Yeah, no, that's totally good. Oh, fortunately though, the Ika is sort of completely dead. I think guess you don't really need to do that, but you probably should have trashed the Ika, but I guess I don't know. Eventually, or you can just get it back with Urban, I think.
Yes, this is like a hush the toll booth to save the 3 credits, and then this is probably not going to be pivot.
Yeah, and then you can
server
run
on.
Yeah, I mean that could still be another toll booth. Ooh.
Where did the 2 credits come from?
That could go on server 1.
Oh, because they have the install, of course.
Yeah.
The symbol chip install the program.
Yeah.
And that's the Asmari.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you couldn't, there was no way to break F2P either, so. Or I guess you could have broken F2P, but I don't know.
I mean, F2P is porous.
Yeah. Oh, I think he still could have tried to keep going on R&D. Um, oh no, maybe. Oh, you know what? It wasn't enough credits. Um, and that you have to break F2P because it could just pop conduit into the grip. Um,
Yeah, but if you think that's an agenda in server 1,
yeah.
you still take 1 access. That's better than 0 accesses.
It seems like Koga's thinking was that just if that's an NGO, you're kind of screwed from the run. And then,
Mhm.
oh, too bad the stream is early game. Cuban run loops around. Yeah, Cuban's big. But yeah, I think, and then just like then like the next turn is scoring. But yeah,
Mhm.
still your game. Still an interesting matchup, just with all the slap vandals and the free installs. Uh, Probably have time for like one more game. Uh, hmm, maybe.
Is table 7 still going?
Yes. Oh, yeah. That's interesting. I don't think we've seen Sable yet.
All right, we are live on table 7.
Ooh, Warner looks to be doing pretty well. But this is the full Providus game. You got your pings, you got your Raquette, you got Data Loop, you got friggin' Funhouse, you got 2 remotes. Who knows what either of those could be?
Mhm.
And who knows how long they've been there? Because one of them could be like, Shekist or, oh well, I guess that's game.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
that's game.
Sable does Sable things.
There is some interesting stuff in archives.
It looks pretty standard, but yeah, the
I
B
mean,
ones.
Retribution out of Prov is, I think.
I think that's valid with the Shekis and stuff.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, I
B1.
guess when I played Prov, I was playing like Very Glacier Big Beal.
Yeah,
Um, and that
there's
wasn't running Retributions because you didn't tag the runner at all.
a couple. There's a couple more games. Do we want to see table 5?
Table 5, you said?
Yeah, I don't think
1
we've seen
second.
it. All these games might be wrapping up, but
Yes.
okay. So we can go on table 5.
Yes.
It's also might be
Seeing
over
a run on
soon.
archives here.
Oh, Eru! Oh, I've been wanting
Eric,
to make
go
an
check.
Eru.
Uh,
Also a win. All right, I think.
go find this regulatory capture.
Yeah. Dang. But yeah. Oh yeah, Eru. Fun card.
Eric's a lot of fun.
Yeah. I don't think there's gonna be any more games to go. Um. hmm, Probably. I have to like leave pretty. I mean, I can if court isn't on, then I can stay on. But yeah. Um. Yeah. Still some fun decks. Think I can probably stay on for one more game. If nobody. But yeah. to get going soon, though. So, I think round 3 is over. There's 2 more games going on.
Yes, appears to be basically the end of round 3. I'm going to do a quick check-in on the standings as soon as I can find the standings. We're waiting for round 3 to finish. What I'm looking for... Does Aesops have a faction identity breakdown anywhere?
Don't think so. I think it's just sort of it shows you what everyone's playing, but I don't think it has a breakdown.
Because I know the DSS client has an ID breakdown.
Yeah. I mean, it's just it looks to me like it's been pretty varied. You got a 419, you got Mercury, you got Ken, AOT, a lot of decks. I think we're gonna have a break soon, so I think I'm gonna bow out. But
all right.
Yeah, it's been fun. Hope the tournament goes well. Yeah. So everybody's having a good time. Peace.
Indeed. Excellent, excellent, excellent.
All right, I think we are closing in on the lunch break here.
Yeah, looks like there's one table left to wrap up, which should be wrapping up any minute now.
Yeah, we can hang out and see what the standings look like once that table is reported.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've seen an awful lot of OB rising to the top, so we will be obliged to check them out as we start gravitating towards the top tables.
Yes, I mean, sorry, go ahead.
How much of that do we think is on mutually assured destruction?
We definitely saw some non-mad oblists, I feel like.
Yeah, it seems like...
Sorry, let me look at this. One second.
Go ahead.
Actually... No, sorry, the King's the only person on OB, correct?
No, there's a bunch of people on OB. We saw
Oh, okay,
four
I'm looking
of
at
the top
the
5.
wrong... Yeah. There we go.
So there's at least one mad OB floating around. Possibly the rest are on a bit of a more conventional urban renewal grind out kind of kill.
Yeah, I think we saw an urban renewal grind earlier, maybe from Cold Lava, I want to say. I think we saw Cold Lava on stream earlier.
Yeah, and then the style of OB that goes for kind of a tempo value rush plan. Haven't seen that since Cascadia last year.
Mm-hmm. So I do think OB has a lot of build flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, OB can be a vehicle for just about anything.
OB asks if you play cards with a variety of different costs, which, to be fair, was probably already somewhere in your game plan.
Yeah, we just needed that little bit of a push to expand out from things that cost more than 1.
So actually, I was futzing around the other day, looking at, some ice that's in the format, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me go double check this. In the format, the 3 most expensive ice are all 10 cost sentries. They're Hydra, Next Diamond, and Tyr. Luckily, we also have a 10 cost killer in Orca.
And then, is there anything on 9 that we want to ladder down to? Because we've got the... From there, we have the obvious choice of Tollbooth into Pharos into Bran, and then we can make it down to the rest of the ladder.
So there used to be one 9-cost ice, but Tithonium is unfortunately currently banned.
You heard me. I said obvious. Wow, Warlock. Alright, so it seems like this was how we prevented Ob from getting out of control. We broke this ladder at step 9.
Seems like it. I've occasionally wondered if there's space to do something really fun and use Ob to grab Lady Liberty.
So what are you doing to do that? Because you definitely have to get Lady Liberty with a power counter on the first turn. So you can't grab it with a start a turn trigger.
I mean, you could grab it with the start of turn trigger. It'll just you just need to be committed to protecting it for the next 3 turns,
Well,
possibly with border controls. But I don't know. Lady Liberty is a very cool effect. Ob is certainly one of the options of managing to find your limit 1 per deck in a reasonable time frame.
Now, are there agenda... But the thing is, I don't think we have any busted passive effects on agendas. That makes this a super compelling game plan.
So not, I think, in Wayland, but there is Juman.
Well, okay, but then we're not playing
if
Ob
you want
anymore.
to. Yes. Yes, I agree. It's suffering somewhat from the lack of agendas with strong passive effects. Like you could play, but I mean, if you're playing Lady Liberty, right? You need 1s, you need 2s, you need 3s. So you can play Superconnecting Hub for that +2 max hand size.
Okay, I'm listening.
Yeah, that's all I've got. Sorry.
Yeah, Wayland really does just have the great on-score effects on 2. Alright, I think what we're going to do... So round 3 just finished, but there's some extensions going on. One in about 5 minutes. And I don't know if we have 5 minutes of chatter in us necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
So I propose we take a break for lunch, and then we can come back in about 30 minutes. Maybe talk about standings when we get back.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, everyone. This is the February 2024 Accelerated Meta Test. Thank you for attending. And we are going to be back at about... Is that 30? At 50 past the hour. See you then. Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome back from the lunch break. We're here with the February 2024 Accelerated Meta Test. We're playing this in the standard format in single-sided Swiss. And we are starting round 4. Lots of interesting stuff in the standings. And right now we are joined by Chord Gang. And I need to update the screen
Hello.
credits.
Hi, thank you for having me. Very excited to be here and spectate and commentate this Pravdivos Consulting versus Hoshiko game. So fascinated as to what's going to happen here.
Yeah, we have not managed to catch any of the Pravdivos games yet. We saw one for a brief moment, and then the game ended. So we have no idea what is cooking for Pravdivos. Previous game, we came into a pretty developed board state with a lot of the stuff people tried when Pravdivos was first released. So we saw Aket and the support printed with Pravdivos, but we didn't quite see what Automata Initiative was doing for Pravdivos.
Yeah, the only Prav deck I have personal experience with is a very gimmicky Red Planet Couriers deck that aims to score a 7-point Project Beal, and I can only assume based on the fact that we're at table 1 that Augustus is not doing that. I mean, he's a very good player, but I imagine we'll see something a little more sensible here.
Yeah, I myself am experimenting with a kind of kill deck where I'm trying to fork them on wage workers because either they run it and trash it, or they don't run it and you get wage workers. But I assume that something more powerful is up here because I found that my deck just loses to mulch.
Many decks do. It mulches the bane of many a corp currently.
Yes, those
I
absolute mulch criminals.
Looking at the king's deck size here, I can only assume that this is a mulch deck, but who knows? Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised.
Maybe.
As a member of QTM, I feel like I need to rep mulch and to kind of fly the flag for mulch. But at the
It
same time, I've given up on so many corp decks recently just because they die to it. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it is for sure the coolest Shaper deck I've ever seen.
So true.
All right, round has begun.
So
Laria, I am Cephalopod Wizard, joined by Cord Gang.
hi.
Hi. All right, we see no ice on centrals, just starting with, I assume this to be a Rashida, and then one ice just to get away with it.
Rashida seems like the correct or the ideal play here. So price, which just lets you burn through your deck so quickly to get that virus engine set up. If this is we see Botulus and Liberated Account not always mulch includes. That's interesting.
I guess there's one from
And
hand already.
Liberated comes down. You are correct. It was a Rashida. Our good friend Rashida Jahim.
And we
Oh,
did
how she will be missed.
Maybe, maybe not. We did see that the price chose to install the cookbook because that is a serious engine piece, and I'm still amazed to see this at 3 copies in some decks because people generally wrote it off when it was released in Gateway.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you can turn your Botulus, that you can break 2 sub ice with a Botulus the turn you install it is just huge with Cookbook. Also, it stops the kind of awkward, clunky start that you can have with Audrey sometimes, and Cookbook is a lovely card in this deck.
And then we see a Spin Doctor coming down, and then the Corp discards 2 cards. So that start might have been a bit of a slow unflooding maneuver.
Yeah, Augustus did keep, which is very interesting. But maybe we saw 3 agendas off of that Rashida. I obviously don't know the agenda spread in this deck, whether we're running a lot of 2-pointers or just some big beefy boys. I imagine a mix of the two. See a double advance here. I would assume NGO, because trying to score out behind a single piece of ice is very dangerous when you're playing against a deck that runs Botulus. But who knows? Maybe Augustus is counting on that assumption, so we'll see.
I feel like it's probably an NGO. That looked like a kind of turn where you hope they poke centrals and then you get a free advancement for your NGO.
Yes, very much so.
And we're not seeing any kind of breaking or programs on the table yet, but we're still just setting up.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a I mean, there's not a lot, assuming NGO, there's not a ton on the board right now that the king really needs to pressure and threaten. And so with a deck like this, which has such a strange convoluted engine, it's maybe for the best to set up rather than just going for for single accesses.
Yeah, I assume that Providhost will have a probably above average amount of ice, so that might be the meta call against Mulch. Just have enough ice to fight through it all.
Perhaps, yeah, and the Liberator does go a long way here. We are seeing, especially in the Lou decks at the moment, we're seeing the included buffer drive, which, with the ability to recycle strike funds, gives you a very, very strong late game. Obviously, you're trashing the strike funds from hand with Audrey there once you burn through your deck, and then immediately placing it back on top of your deck to draw the next turn. Have another install.
Hmm.
Could this deck be running Biovolts, perhaps?
Oh, awesome hit on the Lago Shelter. Hit a Steel Skin.
Oh,
for
you'll
3
love
cards.
to see it. I think Augustus said it all right there. Damn, he's good.
Oh, it's
This it is.
Vladisibirsk.
Excuse me?
Ooh, fly on the wall. What are we doing? Are we
I
going to
have
trash something?
Never? The Liberated was trashed, yes. I have never seen this card played in my life.
Yeah,
You
and I guess
appreciate the art.
Vladisibirsk looks a lot like NGO in terms of how you play it. It just costs you money.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm reeling from that fly on the wall. Okay. I'm so excited for whatever's next. Is this a kill deck, perhaps? Or is it just resource hate? You tend to need a very good reason for running 3/1s in your deck. And
Yeah,
so
3/1 is
we'll see what happens.
it is a very tough stat line to include in your deck for scoring purposes, because you could have double the points for the same cost.
Exactly. Every faction having access to some good 3/2s. Ah, I'm rattled. Right.
You're also playing this in place of AR enhanced security, and that's one that, if not very proactive, it causes such economic devastation to your opponent.
Very true. Very true. The being forced to clear a tag every turn is pretty rough. Or perhaps two, as they do stack. So yeah, naturally, the king just taking his time here to have a little think, and we see another Liberator come down. Just printing money right now. Clearing a tag. Poses the equation, and a Simulchip coming down. There's still no programs.
Yeah, in the heap we see, well, there's 2 Botuluses, but there's 1 Botulus, but there's nothing to throw away in order to get that Botulus out.
Yeah, I do think it's a shame that the king has perhaps not seen his Fermenter yet. Presuming this deck still runs Fermenters and not just Liberated.
And then Laria speculating maybe this deck is all agendas all the time, in which case not running and denying the Providhost is actually really scoring down this all 3/1 scoring plan.
This is true. Yeah. Very sensible play from the Rona side so far. No real overextending.
And even without Vladisibirsk, you probably assume that this ice is one of them is a Messna Chestfoe. And that's when you don't want to charge up for free.
Very true. So I think we will see a run here, yes. And the spin being popped, obviously corroborating your theory that there were some agendas hiding here.
Yep, both
Now
face
we
downs
have
go away.
2 leech counters, which will help Audrey break a Mr. Chesvo, for example. Will help with a number of ice. This 4 strength ice are very, very annoying for Audrey normally. The extra trash from hand is just such a big tax for 1 extra number, so having Leech down here early is good. I feel like we're settling in for a long game here.
Yeah,
And we see the Hosh flip at last.
This might be our game for the round, folks.
I am wondering if this deck is running pinhole threading, and if so, how many pinhole threading will be running. We've only seen the one buffer drive and the simul chip, which there are almost certainly three of, as influence so far. So
Speaking
we'll
of
see if
buffer
there are some
drive,
floating influence for.
that just hit the heap from the shelter mill.
Hmm.
That's usually not a big deal. You just get it back with your labor rights eventually.
Yes. And we're seeing another push here. The 2 ice and no programs to sacrifice the simul chip so far is going to make this server very difficult to get in if there's an agenda push this turn, especially with the two Vladislavir, so you're looking at a 5-3 score here, for example.
Yeah, there is the leech, but I'm pretty sure you need that if you expect to be facing Messenger Chest foe.
Yeah, it would not be ideal. I mean, I guess it would become a botulus target at that point, but there are only so many botulite to go around. Very strange little game we're witnessing right now.
Yeah, we've seen one run in all of these turns.
Wow. I do like that with DreamNet having been banned back in September, the equation of when to run is so much more interesting now in Hoshiko. There are points in the game where that credit tax actually really does make a difference. Maybe not so much at this point with sitting pretty at 15 credits, and we see a conduit. Lovely.
Right? Starting with that extra counter from the cookbook, so
You love to see it.
all right, NGO, that's
Throw
pretty
out
good
everything I
trash.
said about. Yeah, let's 8 credits is not, and spin trash is pretty nice as well.
That's 3 fresh cards on top that you can go see all of. Yeah, we're
And
going
we're going in.
back.
There's enough money for a Bologna steal. And there's an off-off steal.
And the Bologna.
Surely not. Oh,
Okay, this
well,
this is the
perhaps
danger. Like, you always love to leave a
perhaps we
central
can.
open. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. I was just gonna say perhaps we can take back everything we said about being in for the long haul here.
Yeah, in Providos, you want to let them poke centrals for singles because it's a bad deal. They'll never get 5 points in one turn. You need to charge your stuff up.
Absolutely. Just the sickest of rips from the king. I mean, seeing 5 cards, it's not unlikely that you'd hit at least one, but 5 points is at this point you can't just threaten an agenda for taxing purposes. Like any 2 point agenda here is game.
Yeah. And notably, the card that was in the remote that could have been scored if it was a 5-3, even with the click left over to ice R&D, was left to sit there. So either that's not important, or there's bigger plans afoot.
Well, I feel like icing R&D was imperative. What the other click to gain a credit? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you still could have, because Vlad had 3... Well, okay. No, because you can't transfer all 3 counters over. But if
Right,
ends
once
up...
per turn, yes.
But if Provost ends up getting one more counter, then you can do it at the end of the runner's turn and then during your turn. So you could transfer 4
Of
counters
course.
over this turn cycle.
And if that is a Bologna, it pays for itself, of course. Well, pays for itself and some.
It is a very roundabout tiered subscription on their runs.
Hmm.
Alright, looks like the king is thinking hard. I think you still are going to have trouble getting into that remote without some sacrifices, but maybe you just keep going on conduit because what are the odds?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, single ice, Augustus is at one agenda point. You kind of have to sit back to some extent here. Purge would be a little sad, but when the twinning comes down,
Oh, we're starting to cook.
I wonder if we see a hard purge here. And we
Yep.
do, yes.
Now this fly on the wall smells a little bit murderous. So maybe this card that's sitting there is gonna surprise us at one moment and try to kill the runner.
It's definitely possible, yes. We we have not seen any influence of Incorrect so far from Augustus, so perhaps we're seeing 12 go on end of the line, but we'll
Yeah,
did you say you saw Arquette earlier when you were watching
that was a different player.
when you caught the tail end of the game? Ah, I see. Knob Tree coming down is lovely here, especially with there being no Mavirus in Archives yet, unless that face down is a Mavirus. It was
Oh,
not.
it's Chekist Scion.
A Chekist Scion. This
Now
is
that's an
smelling
exciting.
more and more murderous to me.
Yeah. Now that's an exciting thing to have, possibly covering your Vladislavsk city grid. But it is Bologna.
Yeah, so if there's another Bologna in hand, with 11 credits, there's perhaps a chance for a push behind 2 or even 3 pieces of ice, but at the same time, Centrals have got to be starting to look mighty ripe at this point, with Conduit being able to get to rack up some counters pretty quickly, 2 twinning counters, and Audrey being able to threaten. There's just
Yeah.
so much pressure that could happen here.
Now we've seen about 4 agendas in 20 cards, and that's pretty on par with how much you expect to draw. So yeah, R&D seems like the place where you'd expect to find everything. And there is the Mesnichestvo.
So this should be a fairly simple break. 1 Audrey counter, 1 leech, 1 card from hand, and it was a strike fund. Lovely. Of course, we're not on Bologna money right now, but I believe it's all new cards at this point as well.
Lyria
Oh, of
asks,
course,
is there a
because-
Botulus in the bin? The answer is yes. And Botulus is actually has an important interaction with Mesnichestvo in that it doesn't matter that you've lost all your money if you spend 1 Botulus counter. Because Tollbooth had the functionality of if you couldn't pay, it bounced you out, but that's not true with Mesnichestvo.
Audrey, of course, not relying on credits either to break subs, which is very nice.
And we do see Nogkiri putting a leap on the counter on Conduit for the extra access right away. Not putting it on Audrey for a trip back.
Ooh.
Oh, fly on the
We
wall.
see the fly on the wall stolen. Any
You're hope-
gender's game now for the
You're
king.
hoping for a 2-pointer.
We see a clearinghouse trash. Okay, so we're looking at a very murderous deck here.
Yeah, and getting that recharge on Audrey so he can come back. Although, now the runner has no money.
Yeah, and having dug pretty deep with twinning, I don't believe there are any new cards to see here.
Hey,
And
that-
an off-world office scope.
yeah, that's what you like to see.
Of course, with a symbol chip on the board, there is potentially a window to trash a clot from hand with Audrey, and then symbol chip it out.
That is definitely true. We could have stood to wait for that, but are the lists playing Clot? It's one of those cards you are never really like to play.
I feel like almost all mulch decks that I've seen have run Clot. Because, again, that ability to install from hand on the corpse turn is just lovely.
And then the king taking a moment to think, because if any agendas have made it into hand, then that Vladisibirsk can probably score them. You know, I'd score a second flyer on the wall to win.
So with twinning, we'd be able to see 2 cards from hand, and coming in with Imp, I assume this will be HQ pressure. Yep.
Wrap around. Hey.
Yeah, wrap around.
It's finally doing its thing as an AI hate card.
Mhm.
Though in this case, it's 2
Now-
cards from hand, which you can afford.
Yes, leech counter and 2 cards. I don't think there's any imminent kill threats.
I'm just rooting for
So I
the
think
behold.
if this game does progress further, this should be a very juicy botulus target, this wraparound.
Yeah, Botulus doesn't care about how highest the strength is.
Just does its thing. Assume we'll see a twinning axis here.
Alright, still charging Conduit with the Knobkieri. Charging up Vlad's. Oh, there's the off-off. That's the one that both players wanted.
That's game. Turn 10. I think we were both expecting a much longer game until some sick rips from R&D and everything turned on its head. Fascinating game. I'm sure we'll be seeing both of these decks later down the line, potentially.
Everyone's gangster
Yeah,
till Conduit
as-
takes 5 points in a turn.
Oh boy. Fun way to start the round. Where would we like to go next?
Well, I am interested. Oh, not that one. Let's see. Well, I would be interested in seeing table 3. So we see Ruben Peters playing Op versus Lou.
Let's see.
Thank-
I'm happy to go there. I'm very curious as to which flavor of Op it would be. I imagine we'll be seeing mulch again, or at least seeing a similar kind of virus package out of Lou. But
look,
yeah,
I think that game's over
we
now.
have
I was looking at
Oh,
the
I see.
standings.
Table 2 could be fun. Love to see some ESSA.
All right, can you go check if we can stream?
Absolutely. I believe that game is also over.
All right, so I see that looking at the games that are up, we have Asmari versus Lat. We've seen an Asmari. I don't think we've seen this player yet.
Okay. Yep. I'm
So that's table
happy to-
12.
12 TM versus XDG. I will put my head in now. Oh, what a what a setup. I hope we can stream this.
Me too.
Uh,
And thank you, Funky Man, for
Oh,
subscribing with
okay.
Prime.
we have a yes from one player. Yes, we have to go ahead to stream here.
All right, and we're in. All right, this sure is a board state. I see 2 turbines and then the fixed strength breakers, as well as Nanotka, which...
Listen,
Go ahead.
Double Turbine is fantastic against Prow. Against Asmari, sorry.
Yeah, Asmari is very smug
sorry.
with its 6 strength sentries.
Yeah. Horrible. We see a nanotech as the sentry killer here. This seems very well equipped to deal with deal with Glacier. Bones has clearly seen some use. A Perisha down as well. 2 Turbine and also 2 tags, which I assume were from letting F2P subs fire potentially. Do we see any? Oh no, we see some BOIs, some B1001s in the bin. So I assume this is a deck that is aiming to tag the runner rather than just pure Glacier, and then by the looks of things, close things out with a cheeky Mindscaping.
No, Ablatives, I know what that's bringing back. That's going to be a B1001.
Mm,
And they're going to make you go through the funhouse first before they use it.
sickening. I feel like this is a jack out and go trash the BOE run here. Yes.
Hello, Augustus Caesar. We did enjoy your shell game, monster. You almost got away with
Hmm.
it.
Lying on the wall. What if there was a fly and they were on the wall?
Then you reach for the fly swatter.
I think that's what the king did.
So here, XDG, looking at this double advanced card, this looks a lot like the winning agenda. So it seems like you have to use your last 2 clicks to clear the B1001 and then go back in. It's getting expensive, and then you're ending your turn
Yeah,
with more tags.
yeah. If it is an NGO, say there is one in the bin already. That would just be devastating at this point, and I think means you're sort of committed to floating those tags at that point with 3. Yeah, Hydra is a remarkably cheap trash here. Obviously, all 3 subs are a significant problem right now. You can potentially let the gain 5 credits fire, but the net damage is not something you want to see. Bones will trash B1001 for free, which is very nice. And then it is a cheap server to get into, but if this is a Bologna, I believe he is
Yeah, However of Fun
a
says that
credit.
that the runner's a credit short, but you kind of have
Yeah,
to
I
because
think
you
you'd
can't
have
let
to
him win
let.
off of send a message.
So you can let Funhouse fire if need be. You can let the tag on. You can let the tag on F2P fire. Then yeah, at 0 points, you're then living dangerously. You need to survive for quite some time afterwards.
Yeah, and 6 Mari will definitely be just pushing the agendas because what are you going to do? Win?
I really hope this is an agenda for XTG's sake. Just it's very demoralizing making these big costly runs. Although this for Asmari standards, this is not the most costly. Firing oh no, we've seen the bounce broken and just yeah, at 5 tags
Yep.
now.
One more tag. All right.
It was the winning Bologna. Credits perfect.
Yep. So letting that
But
tag fired and not lose. Fair enough.
now let's see what happens. No real tempting resource targets on the board, so let's see what Etienne can do with these tags.
Yeah, sometimes you aren't actually running tag punishment in these decks. It's just an economic grind, and then you have this incidental B1001 plan as kind of take punishment, but it's really more of a defensive upgrade.
Yeah, Mindscaping taking out DJ Fenris, Daily Class, and Simulchip from hand. I think if any of those resources had come down, we would see them trashed rather quickly. But 0 cards left in stack now is very relevant. Is there? I'm just looking through this heap for any kind of. Oh, means still double advance in the other server now. I'm just looking through the heap for any kind of multi-access, and I'm only seeing
There's a conduit and a
jailbreaks
jailbreak.
here. Oh,
There's
there's
a
a conduit, yes.
Yeah, and of course,
Yeah, all 3 Simulchips in the bin.
once we don't care about tags, I think that the Hydra is the more taxing server than you can let the Funhouse and the F2P fire.
Absolutely, yeah. Do we have any econ left in hand here? We've seen 3 gambles. We have seen 3 creative commissions. Does not look like we're running dirty laundry. All 3 daily casts in the bin. Yeah, this is a rough position to be in the runner. And as XCG says, it's math time again. We love playing against Asmari.
All right, so you can let 2 of these fire. You can let the depends on your hand actually. You could let 3 net damage and gain money fire, so you could only break the 1 ETR on Hydra. Give up your whole hand. So you could credit, run, and that's enough to deal with Hydra. So if 1 more click for a credit gets you through that first ice, you can come in here. But if it's Bologna, then this is all speculation and doesn't really matter.
Yeah, there's 1 Bologna at large here. Click, 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 run.
And of course, if this is NGO front, then this spends all your money. Oh, hey, it is an overclock.
An overclock. Now, the one very fortunate, well, not fortunate, but it's very good that an overclock's played there because that whole booth would have been devastating. The one problem is this does open lad up to being mindscaped to death, but and yeah, credit perfect if this is a Bologna. But I think you have to be a
There's
little
2
aggro here
Mindscapings.
because
There's 2 in the bin, and maybe the influence is being spent
Yeah.
on 3 of them.
I feel like this run is the correct call.
All right, the Corp can gain money. Oh, it's the NGO front.
No.
Just burning the last of the runner's resources.
Oh, that's awful. And that's the last overclock. I do not see how the runner wins here.
And Atian pointing out, you always do perfect math. This was the perfect math if it was Bologna.
Yeah, 2 credit perfect runs. It's very impressive, but this corp just economically crushing regardless.
I think that maybe Atienne is looking for the last mindscaping.
I think yep, shuffling mindscaping and mindscaping back into R&D.
Potential
2
Unleashed
and
was with
16
us
now.
all along.
Grinder never left.
Game of Doors pointing out there's a lot of big yellow numbers on this board. There sure is.
Yeah, Zamari's pretty good at that, huh?
Netrunner as Richard Garfield intended.
The biggest numbers all of the time. I don't see any dice rolling though, so perhaps it's not as Richard Garfield intended.
Yeah, I don't see any 10 copies of one program.
Uh,
Right, having a bit of a think. We are closing in on about 8 minutes left in round 4. I imagine we'll manage to make it to the end.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, there are two fairly clear win cons for Etienne at this point. A lot of these 6 Mari decks do run Echo Chamber to try and close the game out, so this could be the final turn potentially, but I think we're going in. That's an interesting play to me, but maybe we'll
I
see it
think
pay
this
off.
is to stop a potential echo chamber.
Again, just that Hydra just feeding the corp so many credits.
Yeah, the credits definitely have stopped mattering now. Oh, it's the spin doctor. But you have to respect this because do you really want to lose because you didn't check the server you can get into?
Hmm, very true. We don't see the spin, and there's the Mindscaping.
Alright, potatoes have been unleashed.
That ablative barrier res to reinstall the B1001 was inspired. What a great include here. What a
Yeah.
fascinating influence spread we've seen.
Yeah, Blade of very very great card. The possibilities are endless. That's right, Mindscaping kill. Runner ran out of cards. That's why they call them runners. Alright, I see.
Wild indeed.
Okay, I see one game left, and I assume that it is probably almost done.
Shall we take a little look? It check out the final turn.
Alright, let me know if we can stream.
Yes, that's fine. I believe we have gone to time now, but we can take a look at this board state at least.
Alright, we see Bran and 4 ice on R&D out of Architects of Tomorrow. But very little resed ice. What is happening here?
Oh, we have 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like this is a... Yeah, it looks like this has
Only
got an
5 credits
extension of
corp
some
side, but
kind.
two scored Stagadons implies there's been quite a bit of deresing here.
Yeah, and I can see the vision. You get the free reses with Architects of Tomorrow, and you get the D reses to really ruin Breaker Math on Stegadon.
Yeah, but as we've established, Botulus does not care about ice strength. So mulch, mulch, mulch.
Mulch, mulch, mulch. Everybody's mulching.
Light the fire. 2 hippos, a Nocturi, and 1 Simmel chip removed from the game. Be paved with Botchlag.
Right, new card coming down in 6. Stack Sempi, you don't get to use the shelter. We do not have a buffer drive for the infinite recycling of Strike Fund. We're going to come check HQ.
I'm very sad. We see a Scargate in the bin as well. That's not something I've really seen out of Mulch before, but everyone in every group seems to have their own spin on it at this point. It's a fascinating thing to see. Assume we'll see Imp charged here.
Then Tier. Don't know if we're going to see the core pursue that, but might as well get rid of it for better accesses.
We're seeing another end just to... Oh, we do see a res here. It's an unsell.
Yeah, I think probably looking to cash in the Architect's value, as well as tell the runner to, hey, stop it.
Yeah, this makes sense.
Are we ganked gaming? Yes, we are ganked gaming. There's one in the archives.
Oh, juicy. Oh, Trieste as well. Oh, what a cool little deck. And there we see the skull. So, very well played from Matt, just understanding that I assume with the Corp on such low credits and very little unrest dice and not really any semblance of a remote, that perhaps the agendas were amassing in hand, and closed out accordingly. So yeah, some very interesting decks all across the board this round. I love that this meta still has juice in it this late in the game, and I cannot wait to see what happens next.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings. So in round 4, we see the King winning over Providvost. We were witness to that. Then Cold Lava winning on the Ob Kill deck. Then we see more Mulch rising to the top. And then Kit actually winning and possibly making it into the top cut. What do you think Kid is up to?
Well, we've seen the Grug deck, which originated, I believe, around UK. I think it was UK Nats. I think it was Cable Carnage's deck in UK Nats. But it is a deep dive kit, I believe. It could be something else. I've seen a more kit list floating around as well. And yeah, I would love to hopefully get a glimpse at that in the near future, but we'll see what happens.
All right, round 5 is paired. And we do see that Kit is one of the options that we could watch on table 4.
Kit outfit feels pretty juicy to me. I don't know if either of these decks have been on stream so far, but I would love to catch a little glimpse.
No Kit so far, so let's ask if we can watch.
All right, table 4 was that?
Table 4.
Let's go in. The Source 3 has not joined you. Oh, there we go. We have a yes from one player and a yes from the other.
All right, and we're in. Well, we're in the lobby. Yes, I was taking notes on what players we had seen every round, and then that's fallen apart a little bit. I'm not taking good notes anymore.
That's that round 5 brain. I know we're not playing today, but you get deep enough into a Netrunner tournament, your brain starts to turn into mush, regardless of if you're playing or not.
Yeah, I did. This did start at the depraved hour of 7 a.m. my time.
Oof. It was a very nice 3 p.m. start for me, but I decided to go hang out with a friend instead. And said friend does not play Netrunner.
Sounds like a mistake. They should play Netrunner.
Yeah, I mean everyone should play Netrunner. You should be part of every country's curriculum in schools.
All right, looks like we're close to starting the round. Just keeping an eye on the AMT general.
So did you say we'd seen this outfit deck in action already?
I think we've seen a couple outfit decks. Let me see. How many outfits are in this? And there's 4 outfits in this tournament.
Source 3 has been dragged to the pub and forced to consume beer and tacos. Does this mean this game will be taking place in the pub on Source's side? Because that's a very difficult environment to do Netrunner math in. Real
it's the
uphill
outfit.
struggle run aside here.
The math is I have enough money after I played Too Big to Fail.
Yeah, but run aside, Valencian math especially, and bad pub math is just it's a lot.
And then Porcobolo knows the wisdom. You will find everything where the beer will guide you. Oh, screen flicker. Don't know what that is. But we are started. So Kit, an ID that's been around for a very long time. The first ice you encounter gains Codiate for the remainder of this run. Not a lot of people have been cooking with Kit because it doesn't really help you draw cards or gain money. But clearly there's something at work here. People used to be doing Engolo a lot because that's just a second kit.
Yeah, early pressure is very nice in Kit. But we see a dream start here from Bocabolo. Both centrals iced, and the coveted Too Big to Fail in the opening hand.
That is the secret to getting better at outfit. You do need to just have Too Big to Fail in your opener.
Mm.
All right,
just printing some money.
We see a pretty good start in Kit. Not mashing the telework yet, but eventually. New remote coming down. One ice remote's even more obviously vulnerable in this matchup because Kit just installs any decoder and can get in. And we see Spark to get Turbine. Perhaps
okay,
you were
maybe
hoping
not
for your icebreaker.
Yeah, perhaps not the ideal card right now, but outfit runs big ice. It'll come in handy sometime.
Yeah, we are going to need that eventually. All right, Kit's just making the money flow. But now what has outfit done? Oh, it's a spin doctor. You're just hoping that the runner wastes some resources. Trashing the spin doctor to an override.
Trashing the spin?
And I guess it makes sense. There's only one card to shuffle back. And perhaps
it is a very good card, though.
It is a very good card. I don't know if Ablative Barrier is in the outfit lists, but having it in archives to Ablative out is pretty good.
That would be lovely. We're seeing Anacam here.
Yeah.
So there's going to be more draw power. And above the law, Scott.
Get rid of that daily
There are-
casts.
There are more devastating above the laws that you could have triggered. I don't think there are 4 credits left on the daily cast.
Yeah, I think there were 4. So
Yeah, it's talk. As a propeller receiver, that is a propeller receiver. So allow us to break some barriers. It's not a particularly popular fractor. Most shapers tend to import cleaver still, unless they're doing something very specific.
yeah. Though in perhaps intentional theming, Propeller gets a lot better with Turbine because you don't have to spend counters to get over the gear checks.
Now, do we think that is a Grizium on HQ, perhaps? As I mentioned, the most popular kit deck right now that's kind of been having a consistent presence for the last couple months is a deep dive kit deck. And so a Grizium on HQ really delays that turn by a little bit. Grizium being 5 to trash as well. But Source 3, keeping his econ up very well here.
So
Drawing nicely, and I think in a pretty decent position, although no Dakota, obviously a little sad so far.
far we're just seeing 10 econ cards and incidental programs.
Adding 2 dirty laundries, everything diced. Never mind. It was
Jinja
something
on
far less
HQ.
sensible than Chrysium. Fascinating.
Okay, this must be to make sure that it's hard. This must be to build up the HQ defenses and try to keep the regulatory captures from being stolen. Because that's the one thing about reg captures,
Yeah.
is that they start to pile up until you actually hit 4 bad publicity. And if Kit's
Yeah,
going to
that
be super
magic
passive
number.
and then come in for a legwork once you hit 2 or 3, then you might just lose a bunch of points.
I think both decks working very well here, seemingly. Well, perhaps not. There are lots of breakers in here somewhere.
Yeah.
With the Corp at only 2 bad pub, I don't know if there's any need to really rush by overdrawing in this way.
Yeah. Yeah, regulatory capture is a 4-2. It's very slow to score that, even for someone with infinite money. All right, we're finally here to spend some money, but I don't see a way to...
I'm not sure about this overclock here. That was a killer, there would still be no way
You'd still have a
to
problem,
break it.
but
If that was a
maybe-
trebuchet, for example.
maybe just being optimistic when you're overdrawn this badly anyways.
Yeah, maybe just trying to crash that Ginger to keep HQ a little vulnerable going forward. But yeah, not entirely sure about that run. Maybe Overclock could be saved for something a little more high impact, but at the same time, 18 credits, we are in big deal range, so once Porkabilla gets to 4, he can perhaps close out very quickly.
Especially now that we've got
We do see another hostile here, so
another hostile.
yeah, now we're in big deal STS wins you the game territory.
Yeah, Jinja not managing to install anything, but Valentau did keep out the one runner that wants to see nothing but code gates.
And there we see a Dakota.
It's here.
Hi, Ngolo. Be another HQ run?
Yeah, we gotta come make sure that we at least take a stab at getting rid of the big deal.
Yeah, Pokeball needs to have both in hand to win this turn, and one is trashable and one's stealable. Ah, no.
It's okay. You just spend the Angolo paint on it.
Yeah,
Formic-
it's true. Fallback pub. It's really trivial here. You're correct.
Yeah,
I'm
so
just
Formicary can...
the Formicary jump scare always spooks me, regardless of board state.
Yeah, Formicary being used for its honest application. You thought you were through the server, but then Formicary jumps in the way.
Yeah, I feel like it's rare that Formicary I mostly see in HB. Obviously, there's that synergy with Stagadon, which is just nightmarish. But
And with Skunkworks, also in
mutually
HB.
assured destruction. Wait,
I don't know how you're going to get enough stuff to trash.
are we looking at a kill deck here? Ginger Mad is a fun little combo. I assume we will see the Ginger Trash here. Yes. Yeah, the Overclock's also drawing with Anakam, which I assume was helping Source to find his Angolo, which is very important for this matchup. One
Yeah,
Angolo
not
going
pulling
into
it
the
out
bin,
until the
which
last third of the deck or so. All right,
Red
now
Cap
we're
scored, so
Yep, now we're on
So-
the fast advance train.
very much so.
And now these HQ accesses become ever more important, because if any one of these is another one of these 6 agendas that you can fast advance, then you lose. Good time for a
You
leg
love to
work.
see it. You love to see it. I wonder if this could potentially be a deep dive turn, considering archives is nice. We have seen the paint band already, though. But out of here, we see the Mad again and the Ginger. That's not what you want to see.
When you don't even have an extra click
Yeah, I
for the
don't.
deep dive, so
No, it would have to just be an honest deep dive. But I don't think it's. I don't think it's correct because there are so many ways that Pokeball could score out. There's a potential big deal, seeing as we have only seen Mavirus and Spin. Oh, Ginger as well, actually.
yeah, Ginger's really throwing
I
off
was just
the
thinking of
math here.
influence. Yeah. We could see a big deal. We could see one of 2 reg caps scored, and perhaps there is a third hostile. Oh, also Audacity potentially. But considering that mutually assured destruction is in here as well, I assume we're seeing some end of the line. So maybe not as much fast advanced tech as we're used to seeing in Outfit. So very fascinating deck.
And we're seeing Kit not quite coming together on time to show us what the win condition is. There is a deep dive in the bin, so maybe we are trying it, and you can get through that Tangolo for pretty cheap, or through that Valentau.
Yeah,
Only 1 real
yeah,
credit.
it's just yeah, depending on which subroutines you care about.
Yeah, with the Corbett 20, you might just stop trying to
Yeah.
prevent them from getting money. But no, we step off the gas just collect some money. And the Corp hasn't fast advanced something yet, so it looks like we live another day.
Yeah, I mean, there were 4 cards in HQ, correct? When the legwork happened?
Don't remember.
So, 5 because the Mavirus as well, which was trashed. So, just seeing 2 HQ installs and an R&D install, second Ginger could well be the play here, just to force just to farm some reses.
Yeah, Porcobolo really following through on what Jinja was promising to do, but surely at this point you just R&D lock them.
Yeah, with 5 bad pub, it's going to be fairly trivial to trash that. Runner side econ, not fantastic, but we see the sure gamble there. 9 credits. Do we go in now? See, R&D lock is pretty strong here. You don't want to give the chance. You don't want to give the Corp a chance to start glaciering up beyond your capability to match it. But at the same time, with 5 bad pub, that does kind of. We see an overclock. So yeah, whatever this upgrade is, it is gone.
Yeah, I think HQ probably a lost cause at this point, but we've also clearly demonstrated that there's nothing in HQ.
Yeah. Yeah. Still 2 former carries at large, I assume, but nothing rest here. Ginger and 1 unseen card. So where are the agendas?
Well, there's still 30 cards left in R&D, and they could be somewhere below the top 1. Of course, the corporation.
Allegedly, yes.
Corporation going to just draw and let the runner play a very poor odds game on singles on HQ.
Yeah, seems correct. At 0 points, Souls really needs some sick rips sooner rather than later. Yep, more draw, burning through his deck so very quickly. Worst case, he can get back to beer and nachos very soon. But I do think the runner is potentially still in this. It's just a very, very difficult position here.
I think you'd need something like Conduit where you can just scale out of control. Like if your plan is deep dive in singles, I think you're too far behind for that to pull you back.
I think you may be right. Biobands is nice. We could see wheels here, which would be the dream if this is the deep dive turn. Or we could see. I haven't seen any trebuchet reses yet. More draw. And there is wheels. This 5 credits, and you of course need 3 for deep dive, though. Sorry, 2 for deep dive. You can only spend. Perhaps it's next turn. I do wonder if Pokeball has it though. So yeah, setting up for the big turn, but it might be too little, too late here.
And then deep dive has the awkward side effect of clearing the top of R&D for the corp. But snap install looks like the corp's got it.
And that's it. Yep.
Yeah, one of those manual draws from earlier.
Really well played. That was just a clinical outfit performance there from Pokebolo. We never got to see Ginger do anything, but you know what? It was still a cool game.
Yep, it gave
Where
us.
do we want to go next?
It let us really scratch our heads for a second.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is Essa? Essa is playing on table 5 this round. We haven't seen Essa yet.
That would be great. Yeah, let me jump in. Table 5. Yes, we have the go-ahead from both players. I will be back momentarily. I'm so sorry.
All is well. All right, it's just me now. Now, Essa has seen a little bit of experimentation lately because after the rotation of the bin breakers, that it seemed like Essa had a serious problem on your hands. But some people said, hey, what if Lamb is the answer? And we see the Beg emote, which will get through any barrier really easily. And Buzzsaw, which looks like maybe it's some kind of backup breaker. Yeah, feels like the last turn here, stream. It might be 4 points to 4 points and something going down in server 1. If we take a look at the heap, yep, there's the lambs. None of them are installed. And Tranquility. I'm going to guess that's been keeping the corp well funded all game. And yeah, Aikawa definitely seems like the play to watch out for. And having to steal a Aikawa with 0 credits at the top of your turn is a tall ask. We can expect that the corp is playing all the good cards, and we can see everything in archives, so we can take a look at what could the corp actually install if we allowed Drafter to fire. And unfortunately, there's a Mandagarm Skunkworks, so if Drafter fires, you probably just lose. Runner checking R&D, maybe there's an Aikawa on top, but if that was the case, you'd have to click for 2 credits, because now you can't. All right, Nuka to draw the last couple of cards in the stack. We are all the way up to 6 core damage. That is a lot of sabotage. Down to 1 hand. Now that's 2 hand size with the marrow. Now we're checking what's in HQ. No spare clicks for the Aikawa that we assume you need to win. Drafter being allowed to fire. Yeah. Oh no, Drafter not being allowed to fire. There was a banner. And runner actually finds off-world office in HQ. Very fun, but not enough to outpace Aikawa in the remote. We also see that the corporation had 2 cards left, so had this gone on another turn, and if Essa could pull out another sabotage, then the corp would just mill out.
Sounds like a juicy finish to the game. Sad I missed it.
Yeah, we joined in with the double advanced Aikawa with both players on 4 points.
I see.
All right.
A lot of games. We haven't. At least I haven't seen Arasana in play today. If we wanted to check out table 2, it would be Pravdivust again, but I wouldn't say no to seeing that weird shell game again.
We would like to see what weird Pravdivust can be doing. Table 2, you said?
Yes, I'll pop in and ask now. Where the game may be about to end. Let's see.
It's a fast round. Yeah, 15 minutes left in round 5. What's up?
Oh. No, just a fascinating. Sorry, we'll get there in a moment.
Yeah.
Pogo said yes.
And then, hearing from the chat in the AMT Discord, Matt Oh No got a win with Super Deep Borehole.
You love to see it. My partner made a horrible 59 card. Oh, um,
We gotta know if we can join the game.
yeah, sorry, I'm just. Yep, we're good, we're good, we're good. Sorry, I was just waiting to hear back from one of the players. But yeah, no, my partner made a horrible 59 card Super Deep Borehole deck, which was just pure grinder, and then removed the bad pub with increased drop rates. The thing I gasped at was Koga accessing a triple advanced Cerebral Overwriter
Ooh.
and taking 3-4.
Yep, Augustus Caesar did say he was on Shell Game. All right. And this looks like just rampaging through R&D as much as you can whilst the corp is poor. Lots of trashing going on. HQ, you lose a Spin Doctor. R&D, you lose an NGO. And then gain 1 from seeing Vladisibirsk. Though you're not necessarily happy to see Vlad's.
No, very true. Central's looking fairly soft, at least for defending against Shaper standards. Wheels is down
Yeah.
here, and I guess let's look at the bin. I don't see a conduit.
So all the simul chips
In
are in the bin.
Yeah, all that
And-
conduits just come down as I say that. Very funny.
All right, F2P, and I'm going to take a guess that you just pay through this.
Yeah, Cuban helps with that.
Yep, so only 2 credits to go through F2P.
Leaves you with Bologna money.
The runner's a little behind on agenda points, 3 to 5, but Conduit, as we've seen, can pull points out of the deck in a hurry. Oh, no, wait. I had it
Hi, Bologna.
backwards. Oh, no, I didn't have it backwards. I just... Anyways, hi, Bologna. The runner's now ahead on points.
Double Aeneas coming down. If there's
Getting-
nothing Augustus can do to threaten from hand here, really, this could start looking pretty nice for Koga.
All right, the shell game resumes. If this is another Cerebral Overrider, it would take the runner down to -1 hand size.
Oh, from the Pravdavost, yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
get another Pravdavost.
Terrifying.
All right, we're ignoring
And
the
now we're
remote.
just going straight back in.
Fair enough.
Straight back in with Conduit. It's not unwise here. 2 Berlin is already accounted for. 6 points means stealing another fly in the wall, if there is one, wins you the game.
Can't play shell game from R&D unless there's snares.
Hmm.
Okay, no dice on this run.
Sadly,
respect the
no
remote?
Aeneas triggers either, which is a little sad. Going back in, so I assume we're floating the tag and then clearing it with the Cuban money here? Oh, no, wheels, of course.
Clearing with Hannah and then maybe going back in.
Tempting. Especially if you do get to the point where you can... Seeing one trashable means those runs are paying for themselves now. It's so unfortunate that they haven't... Yoga perhaps worrying that this is the game in the remote here. Just clicking for 2. Oh, and just tomorrow's headline. No advancements required.
Yeah, just making the runner sweat and think it's Bologna.
Okay, let's take a quick look at the heap here. So we have 2 Cerebral Overwriter, 1 Clearinghouse. And
That's
then
not the
just
heap,
kind of
that's
standard...
archives.
Apologies. I know. know how Netrunner works. Yeah, so just again, yeah, just pure shell game. Just finding very nasty ways to kill the runner. I'm still not entirely sure about Fly on the Wall, but hey, it's who am I to disagree with the results, with Augustus winning this one?
Droid pointing out, only Corp wins in round 5 so far, and then we just saw this one. The Corps might have swept the runners, utterly crushed all resistance this round.
Wow. Shall we see if table 1 is still going?
Let's
I
see
think
if
that's the
table
only
1
game
is
left.
still going.
Jumping in now? Very much so, yeah. Just seeking permission. We all good to stream. Yeah, data launcher in HQ is
I was muted there. My
very,
mistake.
very nice here because you'll obviously gain the 5 after losing the Afshar money, which is helping you keep tempo up. This is very good scouting for me because in the upcoming Fight Club, which starts this week, someone from our team is playing against the King, who I believe is on this up deck. So I'm scribbling down some notes here.
This does look a little more like the tempo scoring decks with the Oak Towns and the Tucana and the Skunk Works, as opposed to these make you regret everything decks that are playing Overseer Matrix.
Yeah, there are some. I mean, Ob is such a powerful ability that there are a lot of different sort of game plans that you can run out of it. We obviously saw the disgusting Grudge Work deck, which won the Circuit Breaker, which is a very grindy horizontal deck with urbans and all the good stuff. But yeah, there's also this kind of slightly more honest up deck that we're seeing here. Now, runner a little bit behind. Let's just take a look at this runner board state. We have a wake counter, which is going to be R&D is quite soft here, looking at these cards.
And it looks
This
like this
ice.
is not on mulch. It looks like this is just kind of a this is just Hoshiko full of money.
Yeah, this looks very similar to the sort of more regular Hosh decks that the process have been working on, and also it's much more reg. Obviously, Soccer won Worlds last year with a reg Hosh deck as well, so just coming in to get the slash and burn here, which I
That was face down,
assume
I think.
was Maud.
Yeah, I think that was
I think that
Maud.
must have been Maud then from the HQ run. More is almost a win con in and of itself, and Miami here that crashing itself rather than the random card from the grip, I believe is the other. Yeah, rather than the random card from the grip, which I assume means there's something a little juicy in hand.
Yeah,
Bones
maybe
would
we're
allow the
low on
runner
events.
to. Yeah, true. But yeah, everything here implying that this is a deck that runs the twinning, just a really, really universally strong card across many different host shells, along with Wake Implants for some big dicks on centrals, which will also get you more value. Presumably you're running Fenris, which once that is down is just turning those central runs into even more value. So, but yeah, we'll see what this single advance card is here in Sevel 1 very soon. Very soon, I assume.
All right, thinking a bit on the Thimblerig swap, putting that onto R&D. I'm going to guess that's just because, well, Thimblerig not exactly a strong defense when you've got this full rig down. But we do see that Tucana being used to go fetch border control, then that's obviously strong in the run. And with that purge, we see
Now-
Sandstone back up to full strength.
Atlas with a counter feels almost GG at this point. You only need one of the a 3-2 that you can advance, or the final fast advance piece, whether that's a slash and burn or audacity, and then you can fetch the other one. So this is a very dominant position here all of a sudden for the king.
Yeah, I'm checking to see, but don't see any audacities in the bin, so it hasn't been mod yet.
I think Cold Lava's still deciding where to ban her here.
Hello, Jai. You missed
The
Pravdivos Shell
Winchester on the
game.
out. Yeah, the headline is Prav Shell game, but honestly, I think a lot of players today are seemingly kind of having a bit of a weird one, and I'm really here for it. I recently described this point in the meta to someone as like that point. Maybe this is just a British thing, maybe this is not universal, but the point at the end of the school term where everyone's, including the teacher, is just a bit too wiped out to do any work and they just wheel in a TV and put Shrek on. This is that exact point in the meta. You know, we've had the Circuit Breaker Invitational now. We've had like we've had a lot of very big events over like Worlds and that season. And now everyone's just kind of vibing while waiting for the new set to come out. It's nice. We get to see some silly decks. And a lot of the time those silly decks are winning, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Maybe I was born too early for it, but it was never Shrek that was wheeled out on the TV.
What was it for you?
Documentary type things. Even that
Oh,
felt like a long
no.
time ago.
Yeah, Banghao was targeting HQ in the end, which with a 3-sub piece of ice on the outermost is quite taxing. But
Yeah, that
it'll
stuck's
let you
getting
get a
a
more
little
trigger and a
low.
weight counter. Yeah. Especially with the moshing there. Unless you're running strike funds, which I don't believe this deck usually does, because you're not triggering it with Audrey or anything, it's just Banhar.
Yeah, you have the
Yeah,
Echelon, you could pay for it, but that is 5 credits, and that's a lot.
Well, I'm incorrect, there is strike fund here. Of course, with Mamie, that turns strike fund into a kind of regular sure gamble. Raindrops here is going to be huge if there is something in particular that Cold Lava is looking for here.
Yep. Throwing out the whole hand, we're going to draw 4 at the end of this. Just a drafter. And then we maw an unknown card, so it was not the drafter.
This could be it here.
Yeah, so you got 2 of the 3 cards were screened as not something that's part of the fast advance combo, because one was drafter and the other hit the bin.
There we see it. Just a hostile. Sometimes it just needs a hostile.
Yeah, hostile combos with itself to fast advance.
Hmm.
Let's see, we have... Alright, round 5 ending in 30 seconds. I think that's it for round 5.
That was the final game, yes.
Right.
Jai shouting out Slumdog Millionaire screened in his high school class.
Wrong. All right. And then if we take a look off to Aesop's tables, we can see just how much the Corps have been winning. It was a full sweep. No runner wins at all.
Wow. That's incredible. 12 out of 12 Corp wins.
I guess you should have rolled Corp this round if you wanted to get into the top cut.
Easy, yeah.
Alright, so that's the Shell Game victory. We see outfit. Alright, let's take a look at the standings. That is, round 6 is paired. We'll take a look at that in a moment. But so far we see the King, undefeated, doing quite well over here on Op and Hoshiko. Then Cold Lava, once defeated, doing quite well here on Op and Hoshiko Shiro. Starting to see a new trend here. Then Augustus Caesar in with Pravdavost Shell Game and Ken.
Delightful. Now,
Absolutely love
while this is
seeing this. Go on.
no, just while this is single-sided Swiss and an ID is not as valuable as an ID would be in double-sided, you can still do it. And I think for a couple, by the sounds of things, for a couple of players, that just sounds like the correct call right now. So maybe there's going to be slightly less games to choose from here heading into the final round.
Yeah, but also it's not a major event. It's an accelerated meta test. All right, so we
Here's
have
your CBI invite.
Yeah. What about CBI when you could have the chance to style on someone with Pravdavost Shell Game?
Well, you can style on someone in the cut.
All right, so we are in round 6, the final round. Does anything look interesting to you? I do see that we have on table 3 Jinteki PE, which we haven't seen yet, versus Ken.
Oh, absolutely. If we don't see an ID there, I would absolutely love to see this one. Doesn't look like we will, seeing as Ensades is on 9 points. So yeah, let's take a little look at that. That would be table 3. And I believe it is a top 4 for those just tuning in. So the top 4 as it stands are the King, Cold Lava, Augustus Caesar, and Wow Warlord. The King is the only player on 15 points. So let's see. King is playing against Cold Lava, so I think an ID could potentially be safe there, looking at strength of schedule, the two of them. And there's still a lot to play for otherwise.
Yeah. Top cut, not at all certain. Not at all certain. Beyond, I'm willing to bet the King is in. All right, and then table 3. Can we stream that?
Augustus said be right back real quick, and so probably has not seen the message. I would guess that we're okay, considering we've streamed 2 Augustus games already, but probably best to wait for confirmation. His opponent, Ensades or Ensades, has said that it's totally fine.
All right. And then gyroscopic, we are into CBI invites. We have over 20 players. And we had that confirmation earlier in the general AMT. Then I don't see Yeah, no IDs in the AMT ID channel.
Interesting. Ah, I'm so sorry. Yes, Augustus is back and stream is fine. The game has just started.
Oh, where did Table 3 jumped around? And we're in. So we have not seen Personal Evolution yet. Looks like they got away with a Rashida. Or maybe they didn't and maybe it got trashed.
Yeah, that was trashed by Augustus, though.
And then Mystic Mamie coming down. Fantastic econ engine. Lets you get the 2 credits per turn for playing a run event.
Love it in Ken. And we go for
Doof.
a very early diversion of funds.
Nothing in Jinteki ends the run, so I'm pretty sure this is going to get through. We're just going to take 3 damage.
Nothing in hand. Not entirely sure about that res, with 2 clicks left to draw up and leaving you at 6 credits.
And getting the
Longevity serum
This is
steal.
a turn. My cat's
Very,
here. He's helping me
very
stream,
aggro turn there.
even though I fed him already. We're playing very fast here. Dirty Laundry Archives. No,
Yeah, both sides playing very briefly, and Carmen comes down. You'll have to see it. 5 to break Anansi is much nicer than taking 4 net damage to the face.
it's one of the best deals you're going to find for Anansi.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless you start getting into turbine nonsense, 5 is for a 5 strength sentry is very nice.
All right. Looks like Ensades accidentally dragged the anemone into hand. Yeah, we're just doing a little bit of a redo there. I was trying to trash the anemone. New ice on HQ. What could it be?
Makes sense. Especially with Carmen down. An enemy's mostly a one and done kind of ice. I tend to find it best used in the late game because you can, especially if the runner's at less than 4 points and Fuji's still online, you can create some situations similar to when Obokata was a card where certain agendas are just unstealable or the runner will die.
Here we
But
have the more
also-
exciting outcome that the agenda is stealable and the runner dies.
But at the same time, value net damage is pretty good against Crim. Crim can be a little brittle against that. Deadly
Yeah,
Laundering here with 7 credits, getting that money up front with Ken is lovely.
Ooh. Well, okay, you had the boomerang for it.
Yeah, obviously if you ping a breaker from hand against Crim, a lot of Crim decks tend to just run 1 of each breaker, perhaps with an Armakua, and Hermes coming down, that's going to come in handy in a deck that presumably runs a lot of agendas.
Yeah, Hermes is going to be great in this matchup.
No, I think we still haven't quite seen what flavor of PE this is. Upgrade in HQ is interesting. We could be seeing a Hokusai here, considering HQ runs are going to be plentiful in this matchup.
Yeah, I'd bet on Hokusai. Ken
That's
so
just
far
drawing
playing
something.
good stuff. The breaker of choice is Buzzsaw. And Kurupira.
Is it a Carpe Diem? That is Carpe Diem, I see.
Yeah, it's a sure gamble in
Um,
Ken.
Wisely no run. So I assume we're waiting. I assume this will be a twinning wake engine here.
Yeah, Twinning Wake would be pretty good.
However, there is something to be said for not accessing 5 cards at a time against Personal Evolution, perhaps.
Hey, sometimes we're just here for a good time.
Not a long time.
We see both.
It is often nice to consistently be able to access, say, 2 cards, unless you're in a position where Fuji's thing would kill you.
And then we have the flip switch, just being very safe. You know, sometimes you just don't want to break Anansi, and then flip switch turns into a sure gamble.
Yeah, Flip Switch is a very, very nice card for this matchup. Now, seeing the Regolith and seeing 2 upgrades here, I'm wondering if this is Loud PE, which is Pailu's personal evolution deck created ahead of Worlds. It did very well at Worlds. I believe A came 24th. And it is a deck that is more or less honest PE. It does try to score out as Plan A, but if people don't respect the Prana Condenser, then that's kind of an alternate win condition. Also, sometimes people would just say Banhara and Nancy, for example, and die, and then you don't have to do anything.
Yeah, Regolith Mining
Deck
License
that
is
definitely,
Regolith is one of the loudest. It is a very loudly honest card.
yes.
It screams, "I am not up to anything."
Yeah, it's just it is a deck in general still that does encourage misplays from the runner, especially when you don't consider upgrades such as Daniela, who again, when Fuji is still online, when the runner can has to steal it and does not win the game from doing so, it really makes Fuji much harder to steal without then dying. 3 cards installed in this remote now.
And we're starting to
This
get
is
a bit of a
looking
clown
extremely.
car.
This is very much looking like a Loud deck to me, and then on the runner side, Takobi is nice against this deck, running lots of big ice, like Vampire and Nasa, which is a little annoying for Bustle to get through. It's 5 usually. It's a very good use for Takobi counters. 21 credits on Augustus' side. This is a really, really assured start for what could be potentially difficult matchup. We're seeing a triple advance here.
The fastest advancements I've ever seen.
Oh, Vovo.
Vovo.
Very interesting. And a House of Knives score. Now, once Prana Condenser comes on the board, House of Knives is especially nice. But at the same time, Augustus has everything he needs now. He just has to make sure he's not burning through his deck quickly. There is money. Potential multi-access maybe is good to put down also. But I think for the most part, and we're pinholing the Vovo, I assume.
Yeah, Vovo rezzed to prevent it from being bounced with Hermes, and then moved to HQ to prevent it from being trashed by just running through 1 ice. And now we see that Vovo is indeed the most important card in this game, spending a pinhole on it.
Just trying to shore up centrals here, but 10 credits is a little rough. And unless that's a Crisium on HQ, as I was about to say, this seems like it would be a very good time for some funds to be diverted.
Yeah, this is a gnarly doof, and then unless you decide to just let them do it for free, now you're getting Takobi counters as well.
Yeah, and putting yourself down into the danger zone where if you don't res anything, you have 5 credits to play with still. If you res something, you're probably having to click for 3, whatever happens next turn. Maybe click for 2 in Mindscape. That would be nice. A Tubola that's going to allow a Curapura counter, although I don't believe this deck typically runs any large barriers. Well, Data Loop is one, which would be a
Lines
very
up
nice
nicely
bypass,
with
actually.
Jacoby. I did his Hokusai, just taking the pound of flesh.
And House of Knives, just trashing some backup breakers. Drawing a card. 12 cards left in stack.
Yeah, you're feeling pretty good about
Yeah, that seems like
getting all your breakers down.
Yeah, this seems like a decent amount of HP left for Augustus. And as I said, once the second you get to 4 points in this deck, you don't have to be scared of Fujis anymore. It's kind of just stings at that point that you really have to watch out for.
All right, with 30 credits, I think we can make it into the remote, and then we're just here to clean out the clown car.
Very interesting. So yeah, this is perhaps not as close to the Loud deck as I was originally thinking. That deck does not run Bobo. It does not run a Teeny typically as well, but we see a second Hokusai Res. Hokusai not unique. Limit 1 region per server is not limit 1 region per board. Hokusai trashed. Augustus just keeping Variant of this board state, and the runner is the Corp is at 0 points now.
Yeah, and then now you can get your Chesvo credits spent, and Jacoby is just an incredible card. Every other ice you break, you have this +3 strength boost.
Yeah. Jacoby is ridiculously strong. Poemo trashing itself just makes sense. There are very few installs left that matter.
Yeah, you probably don't want to be playing many more economy cards, because now you just have to start to worry about your hit points. And 13 is probably enough to close the game, but not if you just play them all.
I feel that it would take a mistake. 8 cards left in stack and 5 in grip. I think it would take sort of misplaying from Augustus at this point to not close out. But sometimes PE can surprise you. Seeing the Hokusai pinhold, which is nasty. Are we going to see a House of Knives trigger here? No.
No, that last House of Knives trigger is so much more precious than the first two.
Yeah, I agree.
And then
we see a Tucana in the bin. I entirely missed that. I don't know what this deck is. 2 Tucanas in fact.
Yeah, matches with the PE game plan, and you can go get an anemone put it on the same server. Yeah, Augustus Caesar saying, can't let you have 9 more credits, because the Corp is still very poor, and this Phoenutria, very costly for the corporation.
Yeah, running with a click left means Augustus will be able to clear this tag. Oh,
floating the tag, then let Tattoo Bola fire. And yeah, undoubtedly doing this to keep the Corp at 0 credits, so you can't do anything with that tag. But imagine a value end of the line at this point.
Wouldn't that be something?
Ah, yes. People commenting that they can hear my cat because I've put his scratcher much too close to the microphone.
Aww. Meow, etc. Now, having not seen agendas and having to keep your econ up by using cards, all of a sudden things start feeling a little dicey perhaps when you're at this few cards in your stack. At the same time, 2 agendas, Carpe Diem identifying R&D, which is pretty nice here.
Alright, people are demanding to see the cat. Oliver, look over here. He looks like he just woke up.
Oh.
Then we'll see if I'm allowed to post links in the stream. And we do see we're at a stage of the game where both players are starting to click for a lot of credits. Ken probably still has enough in the bank to make the corpse sweat it out.
Just about, yeah. And there's no proactive corp threat to really have to react to here. Like, there's an argument for just clicking for 4, but let's see what happens here. I imagine, it's inevitable that the second a Tattoo Bowler swap happens, you will access that Tattoo Bowler. Happens without fail. So many Takobi counters now, this Atini should be light work for Augustus. 2 clicks left, so can draw up if he hits Fuji, for example. Still no agendas. You think that there might be something in hand, considering that there were a few turns where the corp did not have enough credits to do anything. Yeah, at this point it feels almost as if the wisest thing is just to sit back, because it's on the corp to do anything.
Yeah, if the corp sits still, they'll just deck out and they've got 1 point.
Yeah. 19 pods left in R&D. That is a dense R&D, and yeah, just clicking for 3. Quite a few face downs in archives there. Sometimes you can lose from a cheekily stacked archives with, stings, Fujis, etc. But
Okay.
at 3 points and being able to choose the order of access, no scored stings, that would be pretty safe. Oh.
I'm very temporarily messing up the stream because they demanded to see the cat.
Oh no, that's very important. No,
that is very important.
Hi.
Oh, he doesn't have headphones.
What's
He
the
can't
cat's
hear
name?
you. That is Oliver.
Hi, Oliver. Oh no.
Oh. Speaking of oh no, I think
Now.
I accidentally deleted my... Okay.
Now all of a sudden this has turned into an unwinnable game for Augustus. 2 snares in 2 turns. And I perhaps retract. Yeah, there is, I believe, literally nothing you can do from this point. Yeah, as Augustus was saying, let's see if you have a vanity project somewhere in that 4-point agenda that would be highly illegal. But yeah, I think Augustus choosing to die on his sword here. Sometimes you just stack it. Maybe, but and there we go. So having the points victory, or at least having more points at the time of death, but fundamentally being dead. Augustus was so unlucky there. I know I said there was no way of really throwing that away without a misplay, but no, going for the R&D lock was, I think, a very good call, and just losing quite a few cards to have to keep econ up with agendas being nowhere to be found. But really well played by Ensades. He really played his outs there. Like, yeah, as he was saying, he was kind of on the ropes early, and dumped a bunch of agendas from hand with Spin Doctor. That's obviously something that we didn't see. But yeah, that's Netrunner. Like, games can turn just like that. The fact that they're on Blood in the Water means you can't even just sit back. No, yeah, correct. Oh, yeah, really unfortunate for Augustus. Really well played by Ensades. What can I say? Let's see what games are still going on.
Looks like quite a few of them. Okay, I'm going to take a second to try to fix this because I accidentally deleted the main scene.
Who the favorite would be in that one? There's also PD Arasana, if we want to see just some classic honest Netrunner. And then I will jump in.
All right, I know the stream is blank right now. Give me a second.
Jai saying games like this make me glad I'm on the buffer drive train. Yeah, being able to have some kind of late game for when your deck runs out is rather strong. Yes, we have the go ahead from table 4. I believe it's Pokebolo versus Funky Man 232. We have a very delicately poised game right here. I think perhaps just a turn or two left by the looks of things. Now, of course, we'd have to have double Seamless in hand here as the corp to be able to win the game next turn. But I do wonder if for Pokeball the best thing here is to just give up on this on Saboteur, at least for the time being. Poison Vial is obviously the spiciest card we can see on the board right now. So we have one Twin Encounter. Let's just take a look at the heat. Is that a Flux Capacitor I see? The first time you break it. Okay, that's what that does. Alright. Absolutely. So here we see Pokebolo making a run on R&D, which would allow 2 cards to be accessed. We have Slap Vandal, Poison Vial, very nice combo, which is fundamentally going to blank this Ansel. It's 1 credit and 1 counter to break the entire thing. That's nasty. Ika is... Drafter is a little annoying for Ika because of the cost 2 boosts. And now we do have an upgrade in R&D. I'm very curious as to what that upgrade is going to be. Skunk is, of course, unique. So I don't know if there's too much to worry about right now, but... And we do see the Skunk trashed to have another Skunk rest here. Now, is it correct to click through here? Because at 5 points, it just takes a 2-pointer to win. Only 13 cards left in deck. The agendas have to be somewhere. This deck runs 8 agendas typically, if this is the classic PD. And looking at this, it's kind of as vanilla as PD can get. How many? You're asking how many Yodels out? I see 0 Yodels in archives, and there is the win. Seeing Off-World Office on the final card of R&D. Pokeball asking if that was the Ekawar to win the game. It was a Rashida pretending, so trying to bait that run. And yeah, again, we hatched the very, very tail end of the Arasana, of this Arasana deck, but I wonder if that, let's see what that does with the standings. That puts Pokeball up to 15, although not with particularly good strength of schedule, so perhaps we won't be seeing Arasana in the cut. We'll have to see what happens. Now, let's take a look at what games are still going on here. Yeah, Jizing. Didn't matter. Damn. Sometimes you don't need to yodel. Sometimes you just do, sometimes you just lose. Alright. Talking saying that was a good match, and honestly, looking at this, I'm sure it was. The decision to click through the Managam Skunklex in the end, going for the bold access rather than kind of keeping it tempo and econ, especially if you think the win is on the table, kind of paid dividends. Especially with not that many cards left in R&D, the agendas had to be somewhere, and it turns out they were. So, games that are still going on. Cold Lava versus the King, that is Up versus Hoshiko. Essa beat NEH. Was well Warlock versus Snoops. However, Funds as Mari deck is still going against Matt Ono. With XTG's Outfit versus Zaya, that's Mr. Velis. That could be a curious game. I hope Synergy PD games are lost by cracking the Skunk Void remote versus losing on Centrals. Yeah, I mean, those original mulch decks that QTM took to Worlds, a lot of us ran Light the Fire in the original runs because PD seemed to be the deck at the time. Like when you're consistently winning turn 8, turn 9, a lot of the design of that early mulch was to try to be able to contest those remotes easily, and it turned out that Light the Fire was a very good card for that. The meta's shifted quite a bit since. We've seen kind of more Glacier, we've seen more assets. It's very diverse, so putting in something that is kind of a bit of a tech card is maybe less justifiable when you already have so many must includes in mulch.
Yep. Screen's blank at the moment. I'm just trying to fix something really quick.
We're just taking a look at what games are still available. We have tables 1, 6, 10, and 7. Anywhere in particular, call into you.
Okay, I think we're back. 1, 6, 7. Let's see. We've seen Cold Lava and the King a lot. Matt, I think we've seen most of these players a lot, although I don't remember Mr. Velis.
I think we caught a turn of Matt Ono because it was the one against the Architects of Tomorrow, or a couple of turns. So I'd be curious as to what's going on there. I'm also down. I'm super down to see Mr. Bellis, who's playing Zaya right now. I
Okay. You want to see about
I
table
believe
7?
Mr. Bellis is. Yeah, if it's who I'm thinking of, Mr. Bellis is quite a new player. We played in the CO recently, the January 6th CO. I'm just asking if it's okay to stream right now.
Yeah, I clicked a
We have
trash can
one
to
thumbs
get.
up.
I clicked a trash can in OBS to get rid of the cat image I brought up. Accidentally, it was the trash can to delete the Jinteki.net window capture.
Oh no, no. Also, we're fine. We're fine to stream. But
All right.
oh no, we
I
are
think we're
so
back
back
in
for this tree dry.
business.
And I love that for us. So there's a lot going on here. We have an outfit deck with 11 cards left in R&D, but 6 agenda points, 3 of which come from a CityWorks project, which perhaps implies something a little mean is going on. We have a data loop on server 2 as well, which obviously with Angelique suddenly makes certain CityWorks just completely unstealable. Now, run aside, Mr. Bellis is at 4 points, can be a slightly difficult matchup, just because when you're reliant on run econ and the other side is able to consistently res massive ice, then it can make you a little sad. But we've had an Above the Law ripped, and we've had a Reg Cap ripped. But yeah, a 5 bad pub. Again, we talked about this with the last outfit game. There's so much you can do here that will just win you the game.
Yeah, we see the. We could just rip another City Works.
Yeah, it has to be from. I think the win is gotta come from central pressure here, but Data Loop, Thimble Rig, 3 cards in the grip. Okay. Yeah, all the breakers down here, but Shibboleth against Valenchow is rather sad. Mr. Velas does get points for cool because this is a Swift deck rather than a Hermes deck. Um, just checking with Cephalopod that you know you're muted currently. If you, at least on Discord. So if you're saying anything, I cannot hear it. I don't know about the stream. Inside job to bypass that data loop, which is very nice here. Checking out what's going on in the clown car.
Yep, just taking
Full
care of
credits and
something.
full bad pub.
Yep, I will be right back. Like 30
Yes,
seconds.
no worries at all. I can hold down the fort. Okay. Now we do have the Angelique res. This with 5 cards in hand, there shouldn't be too much to worry about. Again, all breakers are down. So we have a virus, an Angelique, and it's a Regolith. Just a Regolith. CG being at 16 credits. Losing a hot pursuit. So perhaps wouldn't have done a ton with this board state. Maybe not the money to make those successful runs in HQ. But that is a spicy card. We love to see it. Also, we could talk a Breakout, which, as we were saying earlier, Criminal doesn't have a ton of recursion. Katoga, it's recursion. I like this deck. As I said, Mr. Velis gets style points here. just icing R&D even further, and then clicking the Regolith. So, I'm just waiting for that final Reg Cap. There's only one left in the deck, or the Hostile. Now the question is, so we have 3, 5, 7, 9, 10 points are in the respective score areas right now. I do wonder if there is, for example, CityWorks and HQ that could just be ripped because it's not necessarily safe to push one right now. Spin access from HQ, but Bravado is going to make some decent money. I think I think trashing is the correct call though. Wasn't it running? Coming back in with a legwork. This is spicy.
All right, I am all the way back now. Coming in for the clutch legwork.
Yeah, rejoin just during a legwork run. Okay, Angelique, trash, punitive counter strike, and Daniela. So yeah, this does look like that outfit deck. Don't remember, was it Lady Killer outfit perhaps that did performed very well at Worlds that just builds these horrible remotes with Angelique, Daniela, Data Loop, CityWorks, and just makes the agenda completely unsealable. Unless, of course, you run Light the Fire.
Everyone was so scared of that card. They thought it was the end of corporations.
Hmm. Jai confirming that yes, it was Odal's Lady Killer.
Yeah, that boomerang on the tree line at the very bottom of R&D is starting to look a little like it's not going to help out, but maybe you can make it through R&D once with all this. But you need to get credits up, and I don't see how that happens in criminal cards.
Yeah. Is the tree line boomeranged? I don't see.
No,
I
my
don't see a
mistake.
B.
That's advancement counters. I thought it was a B for boomerang.
Ah, right.
So boomerang is now being just very not helpful. Double Winchester on HQ. It's the dream that everyone
Oh,
has.
that's a little rough. That's very sad. But we did see the click gained back with Swift. So again, style points.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I
it's a
think Mr.
very big
Velas could have
credit
gotten
swing
away
there.
with not breaking the trace to end the run if the plan was to jack out.
Yes, you're correct.
But the break
And I
all
think
button
that's it.
is, yep, Raid Cap finishes it. And that is round 6, exactly just finished now.
All right. We've seen some very fun games, some very cool decks, and we should be seeing our top 4 standings anytime now.
Yeah, see a lot of games that look like they might be running to time. But if we go take a look at Aesop's,
I think it's just Etienne's game that has not been confirmed over yet. Table 10. We can see if it's still going.
yeah. Also, I see table 6 looks like, or no, table 7, not quite. No, that's the one we just saw. But it's the final turn, so I guess we can take a look at the top cut.
We could ask if
Okay, no, I guess not.
we could stream this final turn if they would like, but maybe
We've cursed
perhaps
enough
not worth
final
it.
turns.
Yeah, this AOT board state is wild. Like the tiers res, like there's a lot going on right now. But yeah, maybe we just wait. This is the final turn exactly, and I can report live on the situation. Time's been called on the round. Okay, so we're having one run a turn and one corp turn. And then after that, we'll be able to look at the standings. Aransana has 2 poison vials installed.
Oh, it sounds like this is a final turn that maybe we should watch. Now?
Yeah, I figured we maybe could have got in there. Yeah, we're at 6 points to 5. I mean, there are like 3 clicks left in the game, so maybe a little late now.
Yeah, this is your special report. We
Yep.
have our reporter on the ground.
I got one of them little hats, one of them little journo hats. 2 Stegodon scored, which is horrible. Yeah, we see a Baron bounce. And then another run on the same server. What's going on? Is it Stegodon shenanigans? Hakal is a card that was just de-rest. This is like the dream state for AOT. You rarely see this, and what a pleasure it is to see it right now.
For those depraved
Sorry
people
that
who
you,
just
sorry
really
that you
like,
can't.
yeah, for those depraved people that just really love to see cardboard flipped over. Sounds like someone is having an absolute maximum experience.
Lots of math taking place here.
Though we've seen a fair few number of runner wins this time. No sweep like last time.
12-0 was just ridiculous. So is there a deck today that has surprised you the most?
Oh, let's see. I think Pravdvost Shell Game is going to be the deck that surprised me the most.
It's up there for sure, yes.
Because even trying to do honest Pravdvost, I don't think we were expecting that. But then you take it along with running Chekist Scion and Cerebral Overrider, and now we're cooking.
Yeah. Also pairing it with Ken as your runner, just some juicy deck choices all around on Augustus' side.
And then,
What else did we see
looking like
today
you
that
might
was
make it into
funky?
the top cut with that.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I think for let's see. 4-2 by the end, so I think it's really going to depend on how these other results go. Like that, he's going to end on 12 points, and there could be some players on 15. Well, there will be players on 15. There could be 4 players on 15.
Jai saying Augustus really made deck of the week with Mulch, and Mike dropped it to play literal Ken. What a flex!
What a flex! Yeah, I mean, when you're that good, you can do that. That's the thing.
No one can stop you.
I've got to take Magidex to every tournament. People will see that I'm a scrub otherwise. But
I mean, it's the sense of danger that really makes this game.
we saw a win on the final click of the game with a sick rip from Atienne. I'm so sorry that no one got to see that. It was really cool. But hey, there'll be plenty of cool stuff to come in the cut, so stay tuned for some of that. Are we doing single elimination? Are we doing double elimination? I don't know. But either way, there's gonna be some more Netrunner. Isengrin saying we're doing single limb top 4, so we'll be seeing a semi-final games and we'll be seeing a final game. Very exciting. High stakes all around.
We do like it when we just eliminate players as fast as possible. It's how the Corps would like the world to be.
Yeah. A very, very Waylandy format.
All right, Isengrin doing a great job managing the event. It's been very smooth.
Thank you, Isengrin.
We've been able to tune in. And then Droid also been helping judge this. This has, of course, been your 2024 February Accelerated Meta Test.
I believe our final standings are in.
All right, final standings are in. So that brings us with the King on 18 points, undefeated. WoW Warlock on 15, as well as Porcobolo on 15. And then Cold Lava coming in 4th to make it into the top cut on Op and Hoshiko. But we did see Arisana making that one non-shaper ID slot to get into the top cut.
Oh, very cool. Haven't seen... I feel like Shape is in a bit of a strange position at the moment. Or at least Arisana. We've seen some kind of control lat decks and some hit decks that both kind of aim to just set up quickly and then do some deep diving to win out. But I haven't seen so much Arisana. And I love her, so it's really good to see her in the cut.
Yeah, Arisana's stonks have been up and down a lot more than Shaper generally gets to see. Like on release,
yeah, and also
everyone was trying to crack this. Yeah, that's about all I had to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such an exciting ability. It feels very cool to be able to install things from hand. Thematically, it feels very cool to just be like tagging the ice with, Arisana's kind of background. It's just neat. I just think she's neat. But yeah, the other thing I was going to say is we have 3 different runner IDs and 3 different corp IDs in the cut, which is pretty cool. Because, again, like, there are some very strong decks out there right now, and it's definitely possible for stuff to just kind of coalesce into one kind of very homogenous blob. But, like, even this late into the game, it does not exactly feel like a solved meta. Like, well, Mulch is very strong. I'm going to throw that out there. But we're still seeing new decks come up. We're still seeing variety. I know this is maybe not the most high stakes tournament, and people can kind of take their foot off the gas a little bit and just play some more fun decks. But at the same time, this is still some very, very strong players. And it looks like these decks, even if they're not the obvious meta choices, are performing well for them as well.
Yeah, it has been really cool to see a lot of... Essa's in the top... Essa's made it into the top cut. And that is very cool.
Yeah, I do love Essa.
Yeah, I will be interested to see where that lands. I'm not sure that Lamb and Begemote is going to be the end game of Essa, because that's 9 credits. That's a lot of credits. But I'm sure something will happen with Essa.
Yeah, I mean, Lamb also only paints once per run, correct? Or am I wrong there?
Once per turn.
Once per turn. Yes. Once per run would be very good. Yeah. Yeah, it does feel good once you get that combo off, having played quite a bit of Essa recently, but also can be very swingy. You can potentially struggle, depending on the list, to contest horizontal decks because you tend to not have a ton of Liquid Econ. But yeah, I'm happy with either game, but I desperately need to put some food in my mouth, so I'll be back in 5 minutes if I'm still wanted for this stream. I wasn't told any specific rounds I'm on. I've just kept talking until people just tell me to stop talking. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah, no.
I will need to take a moment. If I am being replaced by someone else, it's been lovely. Thank you everyone for tuning in, but maybe see you in a little while. Okay, bye.
Okay, see you. All right, so we can see that we have the top cut rounds up. We have Cold Lava on Op versus the King on Hoshiko, and then the other match is Porcobolo on Outfit versus Wow Warlock on Essa. Oh, Korgang will be back. Then, do we have any particular preference? I'm here refreshing the tournaments tab, but it's all Ocarina somehow. They haven't chosen sides yet. I guess the software just... I guess ASOP Stable just picked some stuff to display. Alright, so while one of us takes a food break, we might have some mid-seasons replacements. Joining us will be Droid, who has been judging this tournament thus far. But judge work tapers off over the course of a tournament as we start to have only 4 tables of players, or only 2 tables of players. Hello.
Hello.
How's the judging been on this tournament so far? All right, Jai is agitating to show the king.
Not too many judge calls. It's been a fun tournament, interesting to watch. I love the diversity. Even if one round we did have every single corp win, it's been a good diverse meta with lots of fun decks.
Yeah. If nothing else, it was different colored corps that won.
We got to see some weird prov stuff, which I've been trying in my local meta to not that much success.
Yeah, I think there's something to it. It's just a little farther down in the barrel. All right, we are good to stream, so if you want to jump into table 1 of the top cut.
Let's check it out.
This is Cold Lava on Hoshiko versus the King on Op, for whom Utadi is oracling for the King.
Do we know what flavor of Hoshiko this is?
Let me check my notes. I don't have it in my notes, but there's a good chance that it's mulch.
I suppose we'll see when the pieces start to come together.
And then we have the classic opener, Ice Hedge Fund. Ooh, Raindrops Cut Stone. I don't think that's a mulch card. I think that might be a value.
Yeah, that's a Bankar card.
Yeah, value Banhar card. Then we see Afshar.
Card draw.
Ob has quite a few of these things that would like to be on HQ. And there's the Banhar, as foretold by the Raindrops Cut Stone. and you have that great ongoing econ with daily casts, you'll feel pretty good about it over these first couple of turns.
Runner's side dropping pretty low here on credits while the Corp is boosting up with a hostile takeover.
Yeah, and I very much doubt that Op is going to be on some kind of regulatory capture game plan. You know, it's very bad to give the runner free money for trashing all your assets.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to get that 1 point out of the way as Ob. It would be much better if you could pull that out with an Atlas counter later in the game, but we do what we got to.
Yeah, sometimes you just need 7 credits. And then that is an Azef protocol ripped out of
Finding
R&D.
an Azef off the top here.
Yeah, so this suggests that this might be an Ob deck packing in all of the 3-pointers, because if it's some kind of grinder kill deck, they do not want to give you bad publicity, because they need to make it as miserable as possible to challenge their clown car remotes. So I suspect this might be something that's going to fast advance and gear check its way to as many points as possible.
Gear check's pretty tough to do when Banhar's facing you. Of course, Ob can pull out all kinds of ice to throw in the way, so we'll see.
And Jai is saying like Cold Lava is on that combo Ob, right? And maybe Cold Lava is, but Cold Lava is not playing Ob this game.
Good point.
And then we see just trashing the virus on the Corp's own turn in order to go get a Thimble Rig. So bringing the gear checks into play, willing to bet that's a barrier underneath that. And that's going to make sure Banhar can't get you into the remote without finding the right tool underneath it.
Cold Lava having a think here. Do we have the tools to challenge this remote?
And this Thimble Rig is actually a great deterrent, because even if this is 2 code gates, you don't know what the second ice is. So you'd feel a bit silly if you code gate through.
Banhar doesn't get you through the second time. And the Thimble Rig really puts a wrench in the gears if you're deciding which of the ice to put a boomerang on.
Mm-hmm. It looks like Hoshiko just opting to print more money. Corpse on 1 point. It's not too threatening yet, and maybe this is just a Rashida. Then the king taking his mandatory draw, so I guess that's probably not Rashida. Taking a moment to think.
Oh. We've got something in here.
Yeah, 1 advancement. Maybe you're thinking about if you're going for the Atlas with a counter. Because that's a huge asset for trying to close the game off later. But of course, there's that huge temptation to just score it now before anything happens.
Hoshiko responding to this building of a remote by putting down some central pressure.
Yep, can't score agendas if you can't draw them. Yep, just running through that Afshar with Banhar.
And a Maw goes in the trash. Sad to see that hit the bin, but...
And not doing anything about the Regolith mining license. Probably, like... I mean, you have a lot of money. You could trash that if you wanted.
Yeah.
And I guess if you're worried about
remote
trying
available.
if you're worried about ops scoring out on you, you're probably happy for them to take the time to empty your regolith.
And yep, Atlas with the counter.
All right, the
Definitely
corp is
accelerates the corp game plan. That can basically guarantee we get to 5 points here. If we draw one of the pieces, we can fetch a Audacity or whatever we need to score out.
And then I believe we saw the Thimblerig switching over to R&D, possibly to keep the, I'm not sure what the intent is. The buzzsaw is down, so the runner can get into R&D as much as they want. And with buzzsaw down, you can also come get into HQ and start charging up that wake implant.
Critically, bad pub credits go into your credit pool, so the subroutine on Afshar isn't as bad.
And then we're coming in for a sweep on R&D, and then we're moving Thimblerig back onto the remote. I'm going to guess that this is to put some real ice on R&D. Well, the king has a couple of cards to draw through before being able to see more agendas. The remote not looking that strong. Tithe and just this Thimblerig, not that hard to go through. We are shuffling that Thimblerig around. Okay, and the king is taking this moment to unload a regolith mining license. Looks like we are worried about having a little bit of money to finish the game. But while you're doing this, Hoshiko will just keep running and keep drawing so many cards. With this bad publicity, you could charge up that wake implant quite easily this turn. Choosing to click to draw twice, so this is 3 new cards we're seeing. But this is also Banhar on HQ. So we see that lose 2 credits actually being converted into do 1 net damage. And then gaining 1 credit. It seems like Cold Lava has most of the tools, apart from maybe drawing towards more of the Breaker Suite. But it looks like you have a lot of power to just really lock R&D on the corp. Alright, I think we may have lost a droid, but I will do my best to keep talking. River A&R, yes, this is the top cut, round 1 of the top cut, and we are looking at table 1. So far, we've seen the king take an extra turn to get a counter on that Project Atlas and get 3 ice on the remote. So clearly looking to try to gear check your way into maybe up to 5 points. But this Anarch is just plowing forward through their deck. Yeah, Moshin gets you even further, dropping off Steelskin and Banhar. So you're getting a real refresh of good cards. With that, we see Maw and Echelon coming in. This is going to make it really difficult for the Corp to keep good cards in hand. Especially when Afshar isn't that taxing after the runner's got one bad publicity. Interestingly, choosing to keep losing cards instead of pointing Banhar somewhere else. And we do see Stavka accessed from HQ. That one's a little spooky when you have to break it with Echelon. Yeah, this Project Atlas art is beautiful. And then we see, it looks like the Maw missed the Stavka, otherwise that'd be face up in Archives. So whatever the other card was, now we see that in Archives. Mind you, we do see Leech, so Stavka will not be that scary with 5 Leech counters in reserve. All right, the king starting his turn, having a bit of a think, because we do see that the runner Doomrig is starting to get set up and is really difficult to close a game if you still need to score behind ice against a Doomrig. And this ice on the remote isn't that strong. We already have the right breakers for Thimblerig and Tithe. And with only 18 cards left in stack, a solution for a barrier can't be far away. Alright, we see the Regolith mining license emptied, pulling out a 1 cost with Ob, and that is a Malapert Data Vault. Not a huge number of scores left in the game, but choosing that 1 card you get is very strong. And we see an alleged Project Atlas train coming in. So Project Atlas to go search for Project Atlas. And then I'm willing to bet that this is where the Project Atlas went. So this must be a really good card. Possibly Border Control, which can then be trashed in order to go get Sandstone. Banhar pointed at server 2. Looks like Cold Lava is going to fight over it, and the Cleaver is here, drawing through enough of the deck to get towards that. And now we just have to fight an honest money game against Toshiko. What a grim fate for a corporation.
Yeah, tough to do, tough to do. It is a Border Control, though.
It is a Border Control. And this Thimblerig, while it's not taxing at all, you can wait until you pass the Thimblerig and then swap it with hopefully a better ice from R&D in order to get away with the score. Because if you do manage to pull off this score, then you're almost certainly going to be able to close the game from the 5 points.
Not sure exactly which ice Op could pull with 5 leech tokens on the other side of the board. Seems like Cold Lava has the ability to get through whatever they want at this point.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be a really good ice that you manage to swap over. So whatever this unresed ice is, hopefully it's good, because Border Control is getting almost certainly a Sandstone.
Yeah, even 2 sandstones. Those leech tokens are going to make quick work.
Yeah, and
Not sure
while
what else
Cleaver
would,
costs 7 honest credits, the runner just has that much. Or not 7, it costs 5 to get through a fresh sandstone.
I suppose depending on what we swapped in here, we could see the border control fetch a Mavirus. But nope, just a sandstone. Honest ice play.
And of course, haven't cost the runner very much, so they're coming right back. We're breaking the net damage on Tithe, but looks like we're going to let the credit gain fire. Yeah, Jai making a called shot on border control number 2, and that is a
Yep,
very
there
good
it
call.
is.
The runner doesn't have enough clicks. We've managed to cheat the honest economic grind.
As an odd player, it's sad to see 2 border controls have to get used in the same turn. Just leaving that value on the table, but you do what you got to score these agendas out.
I think I just traded that for the 5th point, which is an Atlas with a counter. And that gets you this Malapert score. Right, Thimblerig coming in to swap for the remote. Probably to put some better ice on R&D now that the remote is going to be emptied out of the agenda.
Yeah, I'm assuming here we're going to get a Atlas token and probably pull with the Malapert and Audacity. That'll put Hoshiko on the clock.
Yeah, that is fairly awkward due to Maw. You know, it'll feel really bad to fetch that. It is getting the Audacity, so runner's hoping to get it out of hand with the Maw. Does this Hosh have Clot? I don't think they're even playing Simulchip.
Yeah,
But
I don't think
no,
so.
no Clot that we can see.
Probably not even playing Imp, but if they are, we could see a line where an Imp gets a card out of hand and Maw gets a card out of hand. No, you'd still be able to play the Audacity, though, because of mandatory.
All right, so I'll access the Audacity, and due to the ruling that you see if the card you mod was the card you accessed, this being a face-down card means we know that Audacity is still in hand. So now, I guess you just have to go to R&D and get all the 3-pointers this turn.
Not impossible, but certainly looking unlikely.
That is a Sandstone, which you can run through it 3 times.
Breaching lots with Wake here. We see an Oaktown.
But I think that's it. The first 2 accesses were whiffs. Trashing a Skunkworks from R&D. And checking archives just to make sure that they're being honest.
And yeah, you can Audacity from 1 credit.
Wow. Yes, you can.
Credit and card perfect here, it looks like, for the King.
Jamie, yes. Utaudi is oracling for the king. All right, fetching it above the law. Truly, no law can stop you when you can score from 1 credit. All right, that was 10 turns, 22
Rub
minutes.
it in a little bit extra. Trash their Banhar as you win the game.
It sends a message. All right, how about we see if the other game is still running? Oh, okay, there goes Cord Gang.
Hi, Cord Gang.
All right,
Thanks
let
for
me
your
go.
help commentating. It was wonderful.
And Table 2 has just ended.
Looks like we have the win on Arasana from Porcobolo. So we'll be seeing Porcobolo and the King facing off.
All right, let's go back to the standings.
Now, the way it works, Porcobolo just played Arasana, and the King just played Ob, so we would see the other matchup. The King would be running, yes?
I believe so. Yeah, King is on Hoshiko, and then Porcobolo will be playing the outfit. All right. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. What are we doing right now?
So we just finished round 1 of the top cut, and we watched Ob manage to do a classic score out where you just barely get to 5 points. Then you spend your Atlas counter to get Audacity and your final 2-pointer.
Lovely. You love to see it.
Then we are waiting for the round 2 table to be made.
Very cool. So these, as Jai pointed out, the first 2 CBI invites of the new season. That I'm aware of, at least. Maybe there have been some very small local COs taking place somewhere. But yeah, very exciting.
I did just receive my kit in the mail, so they are out there in the wild. We'll see those
Ooh,
popping
I'm still
up in
waiting for
ABR
mine.
here anytime now.
That's really cool. I am in the process of organizing one in Plymouth, in southwest of the UK, who I believe have not had a CO or have not had a Netrunner tournament in like 5, probably longer, like 6, 7 years. It's been fun trying to like rebuild that meta since moving down to that kind of area. It's going decently, and I'm very excited for it. And I hope it won't be considered too rude if I do go on to win my own tournament. But I don't want to be presumptive, because there are some very good players in that meta as well.
All right, looks like we will be starting in a couple minutes on the final game.
It is kind of inevitable that if you're the one organizing tournaments in your area, you probably like Netrunner a lot and have played it quite a bit, and so you're usually pretty good at it.
I'm so normal about Netrunner. I hardly ever play it. No, I do play a lot of Netrunner, and I take it. I'd say I take it seriously, but I try to be good. I played for a very long time not caring about being good, and then it was only last year I was like, good at this. Byron, we were asking, do I have a date set? No, I emailed the venue and have had nothing back, so I'm trying to work out alternate plans so far. I'm thinking maybe end of April, start of May will be the time.
Infinite Nutshell asking if it's a single or double limb. It is single elimination. So these are our final two.
Yeah, I've had one player in my group who played very competitively for quite a while, and has just now been starting to relax and play worse decks. By which I mean copying the most bloodthirsty R plus decks.
Oh, I see.
I have also been playing R plus with 3 end of the lines. Elizabeth
Fun
Mills
to be
made me do it.
bloodthirsty. Maybe I should give that a try. It's fun to do murders. Please don't. Listen.
Clip it.
Listen. Within the confines of Netrunner, it is fun to do murders. Sorry, I'm so tired. Feel free to just cut me off and say something that actually is of any value.
I think we got the perfect clip earlier. Just no context. It's fun to do
Oh.
murders.
Yeah. Where's the lie? Oh.
All right, table 1 is up. No, that's the last round's table run. I am. Oh, huh. Janet is confusing.
My cat is climbing through the blinds. Sorry if there's noise.
And simultaneously is Ocarina happening. I don't know where that's being streamed, but that is a fun format. Instead of an IDE, you get the text of an agenda or a connection.
I know Sokka is streaming their games, so of course everyone wants to stick around and watch the finals here, but after that, check out Ocarina. It's a really, really weird, interesting format.
Do you want to explain Ocarina for those who might not be familiar?
So Ocarina is a fun fan project. I believe originally started by Sanjay, who decided, it'd be fun. We've got all these cool connections on the runner side. What if we got to play as those? And then it doesn't really work as well on the corpse side. And so on the corpse side, you get to choose an agenda to become your identity. So there's a spreadsheet you can find if you look around of which connections and agendas are legal to play and what influence they get. Some of them even get like plus MU and fun things like that. Yeah, if you like weird Netrunner, definitely go check it out.
I do love weird Netrunner. For me personally, I'm like, I hardly have the brains for standard most of the time, so having to like rethink everything in that way is just would just fry me, but it's the kind of thing that's very fun for me to watch and hear about after the fact. It's exactly how I feel about Eternal as well. I never want to play Eternal in my life, but it's so fun hearing how people have used it to break Netrunner.
Right. Infinite money combos and IG shenanigans.
Yeah.
It's
being at Worlds last year and just hearing the whispers start to go around about how the Devas had broken Netrunner was very, very good.
Sorry. We didn't think of that one.
You'll forget. I mean, who would? Who would have?
Yeah, and Ocarina, the first one I played years ago, the obvious instinct I had was to play Puppet Master as the corp ID. So sometime later, all I can say is I was right. They printed it as Pravdavost.
Looking up what that does.
It's basically Profitevost on a
Oh.
5/3, right?
Yeah. Not even limited to once per turn.
That is Pravdivos. Oh, okay, slightly better Pravdivos.
Now, were you doing 7-point Beal shenanigans, or
I was doing shell game with stock buyback.
what? I don't even know what that means, but it sounds wild.
Alright, we are good to stream.
Lovely. I love this because there are technically no stakes apart from pride here, and also, I guess, some beans for those who care about the beans.
What are the beans?
There is a website called Beanstalk, which is an algorithm for generating, essentially assigning value to tournament performances and generating a leaderboard based on that. I do not remember who created it. If anyone in the chat knows, please let me know so I can shout that person out. But yeah, it was an interesting thing that sprung up around a month ago, and I assume there's a new season that's just started, so it's kind of refreshed.
Is it similar to Lowry points?
Similar to Lowry Points, yeah. Lowry Points had, yeah, more or less. Lowry Points were UK only, as far as I'm aware. At least they were when I was first playing. And yeah, this is just all tournaments scraping data from ABR.
Always wondered what Jinteki.net would look like if it had matchmaking.
I don't think I want it to. I don't know. Um,
Alright, we do see the game getting started with an interesting keep, I believe. No, Porco Bolo took a mulligan, and then turn one was overdraw 2 cards, spin them. So it looks like we're getting rid of some agendas.
Oh, that's a start.
yeah, that's a slightly unfortunate start, especially with the HQ ice as well. But I mean, it's probably correct against the mulch deck because you don't want all your high value stuff being imped out of HQ. But instead, they can go imp out of R&D.
It's just a
Like
very
they say.
click-intensive Maker's Eye.
Always open imp.
Ooh, too big to fail going down.
That's
Yeah,
that's a good way
that's
to
rough.
keeping outfit off of money, which is usually quite tough to do.
It's very
Yeah,
demoralizing.
absolutely. And the first Largo trash of the game, and it's a steel skin, but a vital hostile takeover there for Pokebolo. Like that's really gonna stop the corp from just being bled dry and allow him to actually kind of build up some semblance of some service. It's a very aggressive start, poking R&D, keeping Hosh flipped for that draw. As we were talking about earlier, there are just so many cards with mulch that you really need down before your engine properly starts steamrolling. You, of course, have ways of finding them quickly with the price of being able to simple chip things back, but it can potentially be a bit of a swingy start.
Thinking for quite a bit on this R&D access.
Yeah, I'm wondering what this could be.
No action.
We'll never know.
Not even going to imp it for free.
Apologies to anyone who heard my big yawn.
There's the buffer drive. Not exactly what you think of as important long-term economy, but something that eventually will lead you into this infinite strike fund economy.
Yeah, definitely nice to see as the game goes on. We'll see. I mean, it's still being able to recur your some important cards is definitely important with like Largo Buffer Drive is just lovely for keeping the juice in your engine.
Yeah, like you don't want to mill simul chips from your Lago shelter.
Yeah, very much so.
Click for 3 credits. And Hoshiko flips back over.
Triple Ace HQ here.
Yeah, we saw an interesting, I think it was outfit importing Jinja City Grid and then placing it on HQ in an earlier game. This tells us that the end game is really just power draw through R&D lock and then hope that HQ is unaffordable. And then you fast
This deck
advance
was
out.
running Mad End of the Line as well. Was that Pokeball or was that another outfit?
Might have been. Let's see. I didn't keep good enough notes.
We'll find out together.
So we have a card in server 3 here. No ice. I'm assuming this is maybe a second Spin Doctor?
That would make sense, especially with 5 cards in HQ. Maybe wanting to draw on the runner's turn or at the start of your turn, so that you don't have to lose some valuable cards. And, we were speculating about there being quite a few agendas in hand. We've seen 1 hostile scored, but yeah, maybe there aren't many cards that you really want to have to discard here. Hard to say. Oh, 3 installables off this price here. And Audrey coming down. Sadly, not coming down before Cookbook. You really want to be. You just get so much out of seeing the Cookbook before Audrey because you can instantly start making those high value runs. But there is an imp on the board, so if there's some way of getting in somewhere with a Botulus, that's going to start fueling Audrey and maybe can start steamrolling from there. It's slightly awkward start for both players, I'd say.
Yeah. Runner is quite low here, and the Corp has just elected to RFG their second Spin Doctor to shuffle back a single card, the Too Big to Fail, back into R&D.
I mean, in the outfit, it's a very good card.
Yeah, and you got to make sure Audrey never gets off the ground if you can help it. All right, looks like we're resolving the shelter, and simul chip
goes back on the bottom. Second hostile.
Well, now we have the money available. Seemingly not a lot of ice.
Again, there presumably was a window there with hostile being, with Simulchip being on the board and Audrey to be able to install a clot from hand on Pokeballa's turn there. But I think maybe both players just know that
you can't do that.
This is not the time to be worrying about clot locking.
I mean, they sent each other their deck lists, so if there is a clot, or if there's no clot, then Pokeball knows. We, unfortunately, did not get a look at the deck lists.
Hoshigo getting liberated down here. That'll solve some of these low economy troubles they've been having.
Absolutely. And a form carry res to
Ooh,
prevent archives from being run on.
no way to break here. I can't imagine Hoshiko wants to spend the damage.
No, unless you're rocking Strike Fund Steelskin, maybe some less important cards in hand. I'd assume this is a bounce otherwise.
Yep.
And just gaining 8, which is wise. I don't know if this deck runs above the law, but having your freshly installed Liberated trash would have been very sad, so I think it's probably for the best to empty some credits off of there. TN saying no clot in this Hoshiko, which I'm not sure I understand, but also I'm not in the final of this AMT, so who am I to doubt the king?
And I think the
My
outfit
thought
is
on this.
still like you must be digging for ice at this point. Oh, well, there's ice, but it went on archives. What is going on
Strange
in
game
there?
so far. Yeah, something is afoot.
Is this some kind of
Are
punitive
they
nonsense?
flooded? Yeah. Sus. That's all I have to say.
Hmm. There's something mighty sus going on here. So the free Steelskin draw with Audrey and then bottoming it with Buffer Drive. Very cool.
And Jamie speculates maybe the corp is super flooded. Maybe they are, but surely with this much ice, you could maybe try to start scoring and going for the gear check.
Yeah. Well, I think gear checks in the classic sense mean very little against Mulch because your main breaker plans are, at least for the early game, are Audrey and Botulus, which neither of which care about ice types. But I do understand what you're saying. Like two pieces of ice, I think, would present some real problems at this stage in the game.
Yeah, the gear check is no longer on the subtype. It's can you get through 2 ice?
Yeah. Drawing up, making some money. Yeah. I think it's wise to mostly not be contesting any of these, even if you can simul chip. No botula in the bin, but perhaps some in hand that you can trash for Audrey and then instantly get out. Wise to not force a res here because at 2 bad pub, there's not really any fear of Pokeball fast advancing anything here. And now we do go for the double ice, almost as if someone's watching the stream. I jest. Pokeball has better things to do right now. But oh, and it's just the ice. I see. So perhaps setting up a score for next turn.
Yep, it is finally time. I'm gonna push a City Works project or something. And WoW Warlock says there's 1 copy of Quarantine System in the list.
What on earth is that a card?
That's a Jemison card.
Yeah, let me just do some typing real quick on that DB. Okay, so you forfeit an agenda to res 3 pieces of ice. And you get a discount based on the points on that agenda.
It is an asset.
Alright, here we go. Trebuchet here to eat up the 2 Botulus counters.
That does get this outfit up to 3 bad publicity. They
Mm-hmm.
can get a 4th those regulatory captures are online.
Red Cap is a very cool card. Props to whoever designed that.
Which? Oh yeah, red cap. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sick card.
Ooh. Speaking of sick things, we just saw a sick rip off the top with an SDS from the top of R&D on a single axis.
And with this amount of money, you're not dying to punitive.
Very true. Just shoring up central some more.
All right, we're glaciering up.
Audrey,
The ice fell
Audrey
over
can
sideways.
functionally be Audrey can functionally be scavenged with Simulchip, but without imp or Knobcury as an obvious way of refueling Audrey, it doesn't seem the wisest to burn that window on to burn that one virus counter on a single access when you're not replenishing it.
Well, perhaps the plan is to try to just starve the deck of Axuses to turn off the Audrey.
It's definitely not a bad game plan. Same time, we talked earlier about Mulch's ability to pressure when you least expect it. There is not a ton you can do late game to keep Mulch out.
It does seem like a lot of the metagame is a polite agreement to go blazingly fast and not ice centrals. Then some sicko shows up
Yeah.
and ices all their centrals.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not used to this site as of late. Well, that's not true. We have been seeing some Turbo Glacier as well, like, Asmari decks, for example. But yeah, out of the outfit, this is very, very interesting stuff. And we see a new remote heist.
Now we're talking. What could it
Is
mean?
this for the quarantine? What is that card? Quarantine system?
Quarantine system. We're gonna forfeit a hostile takeover and res ice. Is this the mad combo deck? Quarantine system is there to res ice.
It must be. Steelskins were being added back to the bottom of the stack with buffer drive. So I think we'll be maybe knowing the deck list, if this is the Mad Kill combo, then very wise to be keeping those cards in hand. Now, Knobcury is down, but there are no obvious successful run targets. 7-6, of course, is not the most ideal res right now for Pokebolo.
All right, we do have some narcs in chat telling us that this is indeed the mad double end of the line deck. Give them at least 6 tags; they can't clear them.
Yeah, we saw the Venti Matcha Latte decks out of Ob, but I believe they did reasonably well at Worlds, which were the 74 card of that were just building a clown car remote and then mutually assured destruction. But here we're seeing a slightly different approach, which is finding ways to get all your ice res. and then matting. I like it a lot.
Jamie asking, how many steel skins have we seen? Just one.
I think one was put back into the deck with buffer drive as well, if I'm not incorrect.
Could be.
Now, it can be a little difficult to kill a mulch deck if they're very sensible with their play, because you can trash steel skins from hand between clicks to say if you've been ended aligned and it missed your first steel skin, you can then draw up using Audrey and steel skin. And it can mess up those kill maths a little bit. See, R&D looking fairly porous right now. With Sandstone, which will be through encounters pretty quickly, and then there's the Trebuchet, yeah, Trebuchet, which Botulus is, at least this run, going to make kind of short work of. This would be a bad time to access some virus, I feel. Hi, Formicary. It's our old friend.
Well, that explains why we made a new remote.
Yeah, Mr. Selfgang.
And it is quite fun that this is an ice that they have a very difficult time denying you the res on.
Yeah, all working towards that combo. I don't believe we are running as of protocol here, are we? So, ending your turn on one card should be safe.
Alright, Porcobolo, lots of cards in hand, upgrading HQ. This might be the Jinja from earlier.
And it's too big to fail. So now we're back in business doing Wayland things, and we've hit that all-important 4 bad publicity. Which, maybe if we're going all in on the combo, perhaps that doesn't matter. But 4 bad pub is a very dangerous point to let the outfits get to. And there are so many ways of doing it.
And we do have enough cards, assuming that we're willing to res the cards in HQ and Server 5. Now that's 6 cards, and you could mad them for more tags than they can clear.
Yeah, assuming you have the double end of the line in hand there, and at that point I feel the runner play would be to start hammering HQ with those imps down. Could even scavenge an imp with Simulchip to just try to take those all-important operations out of hand. Yeah, very, very interesting game. Oh, and it's our friend Ginger.
Yep, getting the Jinja install from the Spin Doctor res, very nice. And we do see that is Valentau on R&D, which runner doesn't have an efficient answer towards.
Not currently, no. The 6 strength is 2 cards every time you want to break with Audrey, which is not ideal if you're not going for particularly high impact runs. But yeah, HQ is where the operations are going to live. And so it makes sense to protect it.
And the other interesting
Somebody,
thing
Pop
about
Fermenter is a very efficient answer to Valentine's Infinite Nutshell. I know from hard experience that Valenchow is 11 credits to break with Buzzsaw.
and the other thing
And just
about
tank one at the moment. That is true. That is true. And I think that's what's going to happen here. Yeah, the credit differential is very important. Yeah, 27 to 14. It's gonna feed the it's gonna feed the corp a little bit of econ, but from what I'm seeing here, it doesn't sound like we're running big deal, so there's no magic number that the corp needs to get to. I do not remember if there are punitives here or not. But oh, and we see a rhyme res. That's a very nice include again for just getting stuff resed as quickly as one can. So this could potentially be the turn next turn if we don't see it imped.
double Valentine's will do something to the credit total pretty quick.
Yeah. Safe for this turn, and with 6 bad pub at this point, the runner can make runs without actually losing money here and consistently get in for, well, maybe not consistently get in. They can get in again without actually losing any real money apart from that one rhyme credit. So what are we going to see here from HQ? All the Ice Rush tricks, that's right.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's an important one. I think the corp needs that.
yeah, seems like it.
I guess that's why we have
Yeah,
the res spin
disruption
doctor.
from this is true, but it's also going to buy the king some time here, which is very important. Hi, Cat.
Yes, thank you. That was an important access.
So wise.
All right, so with 7, 8 now cards, when do you fire off the mad and say you'll never clear it all?
It's a very good question. I assume it's hard to just imp all of the operations because I would highly imagine that we're running pivot here as well. But now all of a sudden, 4 agenda points, so I know you have to be proactive here as the runner. 5 Audrey counters is very good. There's nothing on the board that could be a virus. So I do wonder if it's potentially time to start digging if we can get a conduit out.
You know how they had those card sleeves back in the day where the card backs were just the snare artwork?
Yes.
I think there's room to make one of those, except it's a virus.
Yeah, I'd like it if it was the Mavericks alt art from Worlds where it's got a little imp sitting inside of it. Twenning is coming down. Are we going to be seeing Conduit as well here? Because that would turn the first, paying the 1 from Poemu and the 3 discount from Simulchip to install it for free. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that means you could see 4 cards on your first Conduit run with the Hook counter, the Knob Crew counter, and 1 twinning counter.
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
Maybe it's wiser to try and sweep HQ, but who could say? 4 cards is really good.
4 cards is really good. You've already got one of the drone deployments, and the corpse here is scoring all these 1-pointers.
That's a fifth of the remaining deck.
Yeah, and if the corp is trying to pivot to scoring now, then there's no better time to lock R&D.
Yeah, seems very wise. Oh, and a strike fund to get the boost here. Lovely.
Strike fund back in the bottom. Infinite money must flow.
Hmm. I mean, this could be game right here.
We are indeed going for as many accesses as possible.
Camping a Ginger, stealing a hostile. Assume there's one other SDS at large.
There it is.
And there it is! There it is! Congratulations to the king! Winning the AMT in style with a 4-deep R&D dig that yielded 4 points from the top. That was a very interesting, strange, compelling game, and yeah, what a way to close out what has been a weird and spicy tournament. Infinite Nutshell says it best by saying, and that's why he's the king. So true.
That's a very clean, like that's a planned scoring plan. That's 3-1-3 to get to 7.
Yeah, I like the symmetry of the score area as well. It's nice.
And Porcobolo saying that he needed a little more time to mad safely, but clearly there's no safety to be had against mulch. They will mulch you.
Yeah, Mulch just really can go in for the kill when it smells blood, especially with the imps out to, as we were saying, try and just clear those end of the lines. And yeah, it's a difficult one. You just have to hope your R&D doesn't pray you then, essentially. So yeah. Really, really well timed from the king to decide to commit to going to those big runs, because I think he could probably smell that the mad was coming sooner rather than later. Oh, 3 magnets in this deck, and none of them were spotted. And Noma Virus as well. That's very unfortunate for Pokebolo, but yeah, really well played by the king. Well played by both sides. 3 weekend events this year have been won by Lou, Hosh, Mulch, says Chai. When will it end? Yeah, when will Mulch's reign of terror be stopped?
You could have just said mulch, mulch, mulch.
I mean, what more do you need to say? Mulch, mulch, mulch.
Oh, Porcobolo had the 2 other end of the lines.
Ooh. Oh, 2 mad, 2 end of the line, and Rashida in hand. Wow.
You know, the runner only has 3 cards. If you throw in a biotic labor, then that's just kind of a C source.
Hmm. But then you'd have to cut Ginger, and that would be ever so sad. Yeah, so R&D was actually pretty dense at the end there if no agendas were in hand. We had 13 points left in R&D. Oh, a 3-pointer in the bin, so 10 points left in R&D and 3 in archives. But yeah, what a way to close out a very interesting tournament.
Yeah, that's been our accelerated meta test for February. Thank everyone for watching, and I think that's going to do it on us for the end. Thank you to Chord Gang and... Oh, I don't have the credits correct. And to Droid for helping us.
Thank you so much for having us, and thank you everyone for watching and taking part in the chat. This has been lovely, and I'll see you all next time.
Right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.